Is that the statement that you made?
Ngabeke isamele lesike owasibhala baba Nxumalo.
Sanele.
That is correct.
When you wrote this statement, were you narrating a story to the police officer who was writing it down?
Angabeke lesikhathi ke ubasamene sakho baba Nxumalo wawuxoxa nephoyisa lalibhala phansi okushoyo.
Yeah.
That is so.
After he finished writing it down, then the police officer read it back to you.
Emva seqedile kuphoyisa ukubhala phansi baba Nxumalo wakufundela ukuthi ukubhala ukuthini la.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he read it back to you in a language you understood.
Wakufundela futhi ngolimi owawuqonda ulizwa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then you were satisfied about the content.
Wagculiseka ke ngosufundele lo ubhalwe la phansi baba Nxumalo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then the police officer told you to sign the statement.
Iphoyisa lelo ke okhuluma nalo baba Nxumalo lathi ke sayina semende sakho.
Yeah.
Yes.
On page 1, at the last of the statement, that is your signature. On the first page.
Masibhela kuleli khasi lokuqala wena ke osanile ke la baba Nxumalo.
Yeah.
That is correct.
And again, on the second page, that is also your statement, your signature.
Nakhona futhi la lekhasi ogcina wena futhi ke osanile khona la.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then police officer commissioned the statement in your presence.
Waseke naye ke uphoyisa ke lo owaye kubhasamende sakho wasenafa sigxivizo la wasayina ke le eqinisa lokubhalela.
Yeah.
That is correct.
My lady, the statement has been confirmed. I've made an extra copy
Oh, you made an extra
for the
copy.
court.
Thank you.
It is A8, my lady, on page 40 to 41. I made one copy for the court.
Exhibit R.
Yes.
Exhibit S, my lady.
SRS.
The last exhibit was R.
That is the exhibit S. Mr. Msimang, for the record, let us confirm that the details, the name of the interpreter. We'll confirm the name of the interpreter.
Yes, my lady.
The interpreter.
In when making statement.
No, our present interpreter. We've been using Ms. Kupega.
My apologies, Malika, for not introducing myself. I am Ms. B.C. van Wyk. I'm a sworn senior interpreter, and I've taken over my colleague, Ms. N.P. Kupega.
Thank you.
Thank you, Malika.
Thanks, Ms. Van Wyk.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Nxumalo, I will then read your statement and the interpreter will then interpret it to you in the language you understood.
I think we should say Ms. Van Wyk.
Ms. Van Wyk will then interpret for you, Mr. Nxumalo. My apology, my lady.
Thank you.
Noma into ezwenza manje omngezinyaka umshushisi uzofunda last amendment lesibhalwe ngolimi lesilungu. Mina ke ngiyutolika ngizobe sengitolikela ke ngolimi lesizulu ozobulizwa Nxumalo kezwakala.
Yeah.
Understand?
Thank you. You may sit down, Mr. Nxumalo, if you want.
Ngofuhla phansi Nxumalo ungahlala phansi. Sondele nje kodwa ngala sondele. Sondela futhi. Okay. Hlehlela konzo hlala kahle uncike. Hlehlela. Naso.
Thank you. Statement of Elliot Fanyana Nxumalo, residing at Enkukwini area, Stenga, ID number 36072051440081. I am an induna of the area and wish to state as follows.
Same sifuna kanje nake baba Nxumalo ngingu Elliot Fanyana Nxumalo ngihlala ke endaweni ke yase Nkukwini eStenga. Inombolo yami kamazisi ethi 36072051440081 ngiyinduna khona phe endaweni nakwefisa ukusho.
It was in 1967 I was residing in Stenga and was employed at Kleto Sugar Mill Company.
Qhubeka ngithi ke kwakunyaka ka1967 ngangihlala ke lapha ke eStenga ngisebenza lapha eGledo Sugar Mill Company. Inkampani ke eyosho lapha khona eStenga.
Yeah.
I then proceeded to Kwanondlevu store to see Mr. Mabaso, who had informed me that Chief Luthuli has passed away. We then went to the bridge where the train had ran over him.
Kaseke ngiphela phaya esitolo kwaNondlevu la ke unozane ke uMabaso ngangibona nozane ke uMabaso owasengazisa ukuthi inkosi uLuthuli usedlulile emhlabeni.
Yeah.
Saseke lapha ke ebridgeini la istimela simshayise ngakhona.
Yeah.
Yes.
On our arrival there, Mr. Chief Albert Luthuli had been already removed.
Semasifela pho ke unozane ke uLuthuli Chief Albert Luthuli wesesusiwe ke lapho.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we cleaned the blood that was there on the railway.
Saseke sesisula ke igama siklina ke igazi likhona lapho ke kujantshi.
Yeah.
Yes.
No one was around. We went there with Mr. Mabaso because he had seen the accident.
Kwangekho umuntu lapho duzane sasesiya ke mina ke nonozane ke no uMabaso saya lapha ekho ngoba yena kwakade ke ibonile ingozi.
Yeah.
Yes.
There were no houses around the scene.
Kwangekho mizi ke lapho duzana khona ke sigamekweni.
That is the railway. So we couldn't get any information as to what have happened. Even the train that killed the chief had already gone. We didn't see or know the driver of the train, and there were no witnesses present.
Kwangekho mizi lapho duzane sigame uma ngithi sigame indawo sigame ngisho khona lapho ke kuloliwe.
Yeah.
Sangakwazi usithola ke imininingwane ukuthi ke kwenzakaleni ngoba ke ngisho stimela lesi ke esasimbulele unozane ke noma ke na unkosi ke uLuthuli sasingasekho lapho sesihambile asibonanga umuntu ke futhi lapho ngisho no driver ke futhi lapho asimazi u driver waso ke istimela abekho fakazi babekhona duzane lapho.
Yeah.
Yes.
I also wish to state that Mr. Mabaso had also passed away.
Naku futhi okunye ngifisa ukusho ukuthi nozana uMabaso naye ke akasekho emhlabeni usadlula.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know and understand the content of this statement. I have no objection to take prescribed oath. I consider prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience and the signature. And
So
that-
phetha ke esameni sakho sothi ke konke ke engikwaziyo lana mengibhala ngiyakwazi ukuqondile esameni sami futhi ke angiphikisani nokuthatha isifungo. Isifungo kusekukubophezela unembeza. Wasuyasayinana mzanqumana.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's confirm.
Thank you, my lady. May statement be admitted. Mr. Mabaso,
It's normal.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ngumalo, let's just go back a little bit. Then you said you were working in the company, in the Kleto Sugar Mill company, and you traveled to Nondlevu from this particular company. What was the time when you traveled from Kleto Sugar Mill to Nondlevu store?
Lekhathi ke uswapha eGledo Sugar Mill uya lapha kwaNondlevu kwakuyikhathi nje babunqumana.
Kwasentambama.
It was late afternoon.
When you traveled from Gledo Sugar Mill to Nondlevu, you were not aware that Chief Albert Luthuli has already passed away.
Lesikhathi ke usuka lapha eGledo la usenza khona uya lapha kwaNondlevu wongenalwazi ukuthi baba uChief Albert Luthuli useshonile.
Kunjalo.
That is so.
And then up until Mabaso told you at your arrival at the store.
Kwangaba ke ufika kuMabaso la beyohlangana khona wasokutshela kuMabaso ngako lokho.
Yeah.
That is so.
So, did you know Luthuli yourself, Chief Albert Luthuli yourself?
Chief Albert Luthuli wena uvela umazi baba Nxumalo?
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. So, how did you know him?
Wawumazi kanjani baba?
Angasingakhulunywa nje naye.
Angizwa.
Ungakhulumi noThuli.
One could never speak to Mr. Luthuli or Chief Albert Luthuli.
So, was he not willing to speak to people, or what was the problem? Why you couldn't speak to Chief?
Yindaba othi ke kwangakhulumeki noMnumzana Luthuli. Ngabe ke wayegwenyiwe yini ukuthi khona abantu noma ngivele ngafuni khona abantu. Sasithini isimo sokungakhulumi nabantu?
Wabekubopha makhuluma noThuli.
Well, the whites would actually have you arrested should you speak to Chief Albert Luthuli.
So, why they will arrest you if you speak to Luthuli? Why whites will arrest you?
Yindaba bamhlophe babu uNxumalo babekubopha noma bebosha abantu bakhuluma no Chief Albert Luthuli.
Angazi impela kwabenzelana amlokho.
I don't know why would that would happen.
Okay. It was only two of you, yourself and Mr. Mabasa, that went to wash the blood on the railway.
Angabe ke kwakuwena noMnumzana uMabasa kuphela nobabili enala phaya ku railway mokujanje nyo clinicals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you be specific as to on the railway as to where was the blood, whether it was on the track or it was on the side of the stills?
Awuqikisekela ngene uzana uNxuma ukuthi igazi lahlahleke lalikuphi nendawo. Lalikwana impela ke ujanje noma leseceleni.
Phakathi nje kujanje.
Was within the rails on the railway.
Within the two rails, railway line, Mr. Msiman, can you clarify that?
Yes, my lady. So, Mr. Nxumalo, there are two railways where a train would travel. So, was the blood on those two stills, or it was in the middle of the stills or on the side of the stills? Can you specify?
Ngithi ke uyabona ujantshi ke baba uNxumalo. Uma kanje kuba khona istill line la nangala masokhona ke lemiqa ke bakhona phakathi nendawo.
Yeah.
Kusaba uNxuma ukuthi igazi likuphi lila phakathi nendawo noma la unqimeni. All right. Thank you, my lady. For the record, I have made a sketch on Mr. Nxumalo's statement at the back, and the witness is indicating Okay, thank you, lady. And witness indicates that the blood stains were on the lining of the railway line.
My lady, can I use this?
Yes,
photo?
certainly. There's an image that has been produced.
Mr. Nxumalo,
I wonder if you'll see it or he wants it tilted.
can you see
Or
on
he
the?
wants to go near.
Baba Nxumalo,
Yebo.
ufuna ukusondela phezulu isithombe esivezwe lapha noma ke uyakwazi ukubona ula. Mhlawumbe ufuna ukusondela khona uzokhomba kahle.
Yeah.
Ufuna ukusondela?
Ngiyabona.
Oh, I can see.
Yes, thank you.
So, are you in a position to see if this is a railway? Can you see that this is the railway line?
Angabe uyabona ujantshi isitimela lona uyakwazi ukubona?
Ngiyabona.
Yes, I see it.
Then, using this photo, where was the blood?
Masibo isithombe bamnqumali. Igazi likuphi? Mhlawumbe ngcono usondele khona mbe yokhomba ngcono.
Yes.
May the witness leave the stand, my lady?
Yes, certainly.
Asiphumele bamnqumali.
Oh, wait, man. I can pass you. Here, please. Man. Yeah. Yes, can you point where was the blood?
Thank you, my lord, for the record. The related witness says they pointing out. And this is the line where the blood was.
So, my lady, can I indicate to the witness that these are the tracks?
Yes,
The tracks are these, the 2 lines far. Yes. No, the first, the one you pointed first, yes.
I see that.
Yes. Can you then indicate whether it was on the track or somewhere else? Those are the line where the train is actually moving.
On the line,
Yes.
thank you.
Mr. Ngumalo, this particular picture, do you know this place? Oh, you can't.
Siphume into yami.
Yes,
thank you, maybe just connecting the earpiece.
Yes, thank you.
May the question be repeated?
Mr. Ngumalo, do you know this particular place?
Le ndawo le babunquma sibophe esithombeni uyayazi?
Yebo.
Yes.
What is this place?
Ndawoni le baba. Le ndawo besikhomba lapha yilaphi lapha? Ilaphi ndawo?
Isekleto.
Gleto.
Is this the place where you went to wash the blood, to clean the blood?
Ila owaya khona nomabaso nyogeza igazi.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. You are saying that
Mr. Msima, this is an inquest, so I think you can assist the witness whether it's really the place or as to whether over which river
yes,
is this
yes,
bridge.
yes, my lady.
Yes. Whether he knows the river over which the bridge is.
The place where you went to wash the blood was a bridge crossing Umvoti River, isn't it?
Kunjalo. Le ndawo ke enayikona nyogeza leli gazi kune bridge lapho eqelangele kumvoti kunjalo?
Yebo.
Umfula.
Yebo.
Yes.
So when you were cleaning the blood, what were you using?
Lesikhatheni lisula igazi maligeza igazi nanisebenzisa ini neliklina ngani igazi?
Sephethe indwangu.
We're carrying cloths.
You did not use water.
Anisebenzisanga amanzi.
Sisebenzisa amanzi.
Using water.
So where did you get the water?
Amanzi ake bamnqumalo nathi saphi?
Imvoti la.
from the river, Mvoti River.
In the same river which this bridge is crossing.
Khona futhi la I-bridge ke li crossela khona.
Yeah.
Yes.
Besides cleaning on the tracks, did you clean anywhere else where there was blood as well?
La usukhombe khona ke ukuthi la clean khona igazi.
Yeah.
Ngabe khona yini futhi kwenye indawo la clean khona igazi, manje na clean lapha kuphela nje.
Obakulanje kuphela.
We just cleaned there where pointed out.
On this particular bridge, you know it before it was demolished.
Leli bridge yalazi vele lingakadibhizwa. Yes.
There was a space where you could walk on the side of the tracks.
Kwakhona ke indledlana ikhona lapha indawo owazi uhambe khona ngezinyawo duzane nawo ujantshi.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in that particular spot, or rather on that particular sidewalk, you did not clean any blood there.
Lapho ke kuleyo ndlela akho gazi la clean lapho. No.
Rather, was there any blood there?
Kukhona igazi likhona lapho.
Did you see?
Khona
any
igazi
blood?
libona lapho.
Cha.
No.
So, beside yourself cleaning the blood, is there any other your involvement in this matter?
Baba Nxumalo. Ngaphandle uthi ke uye lapho uclean igazi, kukhona mhlambe linye iqhaza walibamba khona lapho noma uclean igazi nje kuphela.
Uclean igazi kuphela.
Just the cleaning of the blood only.
And this spot where you cleaned the blood was shown to you by Mr. Mabaso.
Le ndawo ke lena khona ke igazi wakhoniswa khona wena lapho ke uMabaso.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know how Mabaso became aware of where this incident took place?
Angabe uyazi ukuthi ke uMabaso aze njengale ndawo la ngila khona igazi ke wakuthola kanjani lokuthi kunegazi afana nalelo clean? Uyazi ukuthi uMabaso wezwa ngobani ngalokho?
Akekho angazi.
No, I do not.
No further questions, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Chen.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Chen.
Sorry, your suitcase. Good morning, Mr. Nxumalo. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Thank you, sir. I just want to ask just a few clarifying questions.
Uzokuphonsa imibuzo ke naye unkosazana omngezinyawo baba Nxumalo ufana nje sokuxisele ngokuthize.
Okay.
All right.
According to your statement, sir, you were born on 20 July 1936. That would make you 88 years old, going to 89 in July this year, correct?
Kunjalo ke ona owa July. Kunjalo. Inyanga yakho kuzala uJuly.
July yebo.
Yes, my birth month is July. Okhongothi ke kulonyaka uzobuthi 89 iminyaka.
Angazi.
I don't know about my years.
Okay, you'll be 89, okay?
Uzobana 89 ke mkhulu yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And on 21 July 1967, you would have been 31 years old, correct?
Mhla 21 ke ku July 1967
1967.
wawuneminyaka ewu31.
Kunjalo.
That is so.
And so on the second paragraph of your statement, if you can just go to the second paragraph of your statement, You state that you went to see Mr. Mabaso, who had informed you that Chief Luthuli had passed away.
Last time I said baba umama utsike waya uyobona nomzana uMabaso wathi ukuthi Chief Luthuli usedlulile emhlabeni.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I take it that that would have been on the 21st of July 1967, even though it's not stated on your statement.
Which is lokho wenza mhla 21 kuJuly 1967 noma ngabhaliwe kodwa phela laphansi.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was your relation to Mr. Mabaso?
Ubudlelwana bakho no Mabaso babuthini nanihlobana nanaza kanjani na
Wayegane udadewethu uMabasa.
Where?
Wayegane udadewethu.
All right. Mabaso was the husband to my sister.
So on that particular day, 21 July 1967, why did you go and see Mr. Mabaso?
Ngalusuku mhla 21 kuJuly 1967. Yinto abanga ukuthi uhambe uke uyombheka uMabaso.
Manginjalo nje ntambama ngihamba ngekho mangithola isikhathi.
Well, on occasions, mostly late afternoon, if I have time, I would go and see him.
As your brother-in-law?
Njengosibali wakho phela.
Yeah.
Yes.
You did mention that you went there late afternoon. Late afternoon could be from 2 o'clock to about 5 o'clock or 5:30. If you can recall more or less, what time was it that you went there?
Sorry. Late afternoon would be 5:30.
From about,
After 1.
let's say after
Two.
1, from 2 o'clock to about 5:30. That's in my interpretation.
Let's
but I
hear
just wanted
from
to find
him.
out from him, yes.
Yeah, what he regards as late afternoon.
Yes.
Utheke baba Nxumalo waya ntambama uyombheka ke unozane uMabaso.
Yeah.
Untambama wakho ke baba Nxumalo ikhathi izinja phela untambama omunye ngamsusa la kusela ku 2 kuya ku past 5 untambama umuntu omunye athi kusela ku 3 kuya ku 4 owakho untambama uthini?
Wango-5 yabona Mabasa.
It was at 5 o'clock when I went to see Mabaso.
So you arrived at the store at about 5 o'clock. Am I correct?
Kunjalo ke lapho esitolo wafika ngabo 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived at the store, you met Mr. Mabaso.
Uthe mawufika lapha esitolo suke usubona naye nozana uMabaso.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was there anybody else who was present at the store when you arrived?
Uthe mawufika esitolo khona nomunye umuntu okanye abanye abantu bekhona lapha esitolo? No.
And when you arrived, you say that Mr. Mabaso informed you that Chief Luthuli had passed away.
Uthi ke wathi mawufika nje unozana uMabaso uthi ke uChief Luthuli usedlulile emhlabeni.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what else did he say to you?
Ikuphi okunye
If
akusho
you can
kwena?
recall.
Uma ukhumbula ikuphi okunye akusho? Wakutshela ukuthi ubaba uLuthuli useshonile, ikuphi okunye akusho?
Wathi mama uthulise sesitimela.
Fully informed me that Chief Luthuli has been knocked down by a train.
Anything else?
Khona okunye? No.
Okay. Then I'd like to find out between yourself and Mr. Mabaso, who decided that you needed to go and clean the blood of Chief Luthuli?
Phathi kwakho baba Nxumalo nomnozane ke uMabaso ubani ke owathi ke akhanjwe ukuklinwa igazi phathi kwakho phathi kwe nobabeni
Sasobabili.
kusho ubala qhamuka nokuthi asabso ukuklinwa igazi wena noma uMabaso
Mabasa.
It was Mr. Mabaso.
Okay. And just out of interest, sir, why did you go and clean the blood?
Indaba ke namba noklina nayo klina ke igazi baba Nxumalo
Mabasa.
cha indaba wena ninoMabaso yini abantu nihambe niyoklina igazi.
Wathi ngomelekelela.
Well, he had asked you to go there to assist him.
Amanzi asiwakhe emfuleni sikhuphuke nawo sepelishini.
Right. And would collect the water, fetch water from the river and go up to the bridge and clean.
Is there any significance or any spiritual reason why the blood had to be cleaned?
Ngabe ke khona yini ke izathu sabantu ni clean igazi mhlawumbe mina bathi clean igazi mhlawumbe khona yini mana ke nesintu kwabantu clean igazi lapho.
uMabaso wayesenza isitolo sikaThuli.
Mabaso was employed at Luthuli's store. Khona okunye ba. That's it.
So you only went there to clean the blood because Mabaso was the employee of Luthuli's store.
Into yabanga usihambe clean igazi ingoba ke nje uMabaso wayumsebenzi wasesitolo sika Chief Luthuli.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that anyone who would have been seen talking to Luthuli would have been arrested.
Uke wasibesomeni sokuthi ke umuntu mayibonakala ekhuluma nonozane ke nomuchief Luthuli wayiboshwa.
Wayiboshwa impela.
Yes, that is so.
So, just out of interest, were you not afraid that going to clean Luthuli's blood, you yourself, would have some sort of consequences?
Wangasabini ke nozane unqumala ukuthi ukuhamba kwakho uyoklina igazi lenozane ke Luthuli lokho mhlambe kunganemthalele ekhona.
Wengasekho uThuli lapho.
Well, Luthuli is no longer there.
So you had no reason to be afraid.
Wangasana zathu ukuthi usabe.
He was not going to speak to you.
Yes. And you don't know whether Mabaso had perhaps received permission from a member of the family to go and clean the blood. You don't know.
Awazi noma ke uMabaso wayethola imvume negunye kumalunga omndeni kanozana uChief Luthuli yoklina igazi.
Akangasi.
I do not know.
You said you worked at the Gledo sugar mill.
Uthe wena bamumala osebenza pha eGledo Sugar Mills.
Yeah.
Yes.
What were you doing there? What was your occupation or your duties there?
Wawena msebenzi umuni lapho babamumala.
uThuli.
Cha ngisho wena lapha eGledo Sugar Mills wawenza umsebenzi umuni lapho.
Angiziwedding.
I was a welder.
And how far was Gledo Sugar Mill from, or maybe let me put it this way, did you know Chief Luthuli's sugar plantation that he owned?
Izimoba zanozana ke uLuthuli wawuzazi. Chief Luthuli wanezimoba. Wawuzazi imoba zakhe?
Angizazi.
Yes, I knew them.
Okay, and how far were they from the sugar mill?
Izimoba zakhe ke uChief Luthuli zazikudanga nani naseGledo Sugar Mills.
Azikude impela.
It was quite far.
Would he need to pass Gledo Sugar Mill to get to his plantation?
Ukuze afike ke ezimobeni zakhe kwamele ukuthi ke adlule eGledo Sugar Mills.
Cha, wafanele aqale ngaseyimobeni sigcina ngaseGledo.
No, first come through the sugarcane mills, sugarcane farms, then get to Gledo.
So, I take it that you worked at the sugar mill, but you were also a resident of Groutville. Am I correct? That was in 1967.
1967 nosebenza lapha Credit Sugar Mills.
Yeah.
Umhlali wase Groundville.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is evidence that has been presented to this court that within the Groundville area there were so-called members of the special branch. Are you aware of those people?
Kufazi kabuthulelana ke nozana Nxumalo okhomba ukuthi ke khona ke lapho kwakunamalungu e special branch ayihlapha khona phe Groundville. Khona ukwaziyo ngaloko wena?
Benzani?
What were they doing?
I'm asking whether he knows about people from the special branch.
SBs.
Labantu babizwa nge-SB special branch thiwa behlala phe Groundville. Khona ukwaziyo ngaloko wena? No.
Just out of interest, sir, as a resident of Groundville, do you know of other families besides the Luthuli family who were politically active within the area?
Lapho ke endaweni ngaphandle komndeni wakwa Luthuli khona nabanye baziyo babehla khona lapho ke endaweni ababeyishofshovu zepolitiki.
Angazi lutho ke ngangazi lutho ngepolitiki.
I knew nothing of politics.
So, you stated that Mr. Mabaso was married to your sister, making him your brother-in-law.
Utheke uMabaso lo wayeshadele no sisi wakho khumusuke usibali wakho.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would make Unoziswe Mabaso your niece?
Okhomba ukuthi ke uNozizwe Mabaso umshana kuwena.
Yeah.
Yes.
She testified before this court to state that her family was ostracized by the rest of the community in Groundville. Do you know about that?
Khona ukwaziyo ngako lokho okwafakazwa uyena ke umshana uthi ke amalunga omndeni akhe noma wenu wabecela ngoba ke kuloko kwenziwa umphakathi wase Groundville.
Ake angazi.
No, I do not know.
Okay. So, you mentioned that you arrived at the store around 5 o'clock. And do you perhaps recall at what time you arrived at the bridge?
Utheke lapho ke estolo uyobona ke nonozana ke uMabaso wafika phaya ngabo 5.
Yeah.
Angabe uyakhumbula ukuthi ebridgeini nafika isikhatsini?
Akusethukuze kakhulu.
It's very close by.
Would it have taken you about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 maybe?
Mhlawumbe ukusuka ke kwenu ke estolo nebridgeini. Mhlawumbe ngathi ama minutes awu5, awu10, awu15 ukuthi nifike khona.
Mhlambe 5.
Maybe about 5.
Okay. And if you can recall, so I know it's a very long time ago, but if you can just try to recall, by the time you arrived at the bridge, was it already getting dark or just dark? Because I can appreciate that it was winter time.
Ngoba koku isebusika ke baba Nxumalo. Mangazama nje ukukhumbula uthi uyazi omngezinyanga ngomsheshisi ukuthi ke lokho sekudala kwenzeke. Ngabe ke senifika ke lapho ke ebridgeini. Ngabe kwase kumqala kuba mnyama kwase kumnyama vele.
Akusakhanya impela.
No, they're still lighting.
Kwakusehlobo.
It was in summer.
Was it in summer?
Kusehlobo, kwakusehlobo.
Kwakusehlobo.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Isiqiniseko seloko ba.
Yeah.
It's July
July.
in South Africa. Are you sure?
Yeah, kwakukhanya impela nje.
Yes, there's lighting.
Okay. And how did you get to the bridge from the store?
Nisostolo le bridgeini, nihamba ngani?
Ngenyawo.
On foot.
Okay. So you did mention that you saw blood on the steel part of the railway tracks. Am I correct?
Kunjalo usikhombise lapha ke esithombeni ke baba ukuthi ke igazi walibona lapha ke la kaba khona sitimela kunjalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was there a lot of blood that you saw?
Ngabe ke wabona igazi eliningi?
Lalingeningi kakhulu.
Not very much.
Just want to know, from looking at this picture, the bridge is quite long.
Masibuka isithombe ke lesi ke ibridge leli ke lide.
Ide.
Yes, it's long.
And I would estimate, just my layman's estimation, and just looking at the bridge, it would be about more than 150 to 200 meters long.
Mayelibuka njena ke lila ku
I
150
think
to 400 meters ubude.
That's
Yeah,
not
come
a
on.
fair
Okay.
question.
I
You would
withdraw
just
my
guess.
lady. I withdraw that question.
Ayahoqisayo lo mbuzo.
The blood that you found on the railway track, did somebody actually point it out to you to say, there's where you can find the blood, or how did you see the blood?
Igazi ke leli lapho ke ngabe ke khona yini owanikhombisa nali igazi likhona nalibona njani igazi usikuphi?
Babe siyisiphethe ushashwe isimela. Sasesiyakulayini ke thina.
We were informed that he had been knocked down by a train, so we then went to the railway line.
So would I take it that as you were walking along the railway line, you then spotted the blood?
Uma ke ngikuzwa kahle ke nasi nihamba ngawo ujantshi lo nasi alibona igazi.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when you cleaned the blood with Mr. Mabaso, do you recall if there was anyone else present on the bridge?
Lakathi niklina igazi ke ninonozana ke umabaso okunxumalo. Ngabe nqaphezwe khona noma umuntu ekhona lapho ebridgeini?
Cha.
No.
And what did you do after cleaning the blood?
Naklina igazi nini baba umabaso.
Yebo.
Nasa nenze njani emva kalokho?
Sasiyahamba siyemakhaya.
We then left to our homes.
My lady, I just want to ask this question because I'm not sure if I heard the clarification earlier on. May I just continue to ask the question?
Yes, thank you.
On your statement, sir, you state that you went to the bridge because Mabaso had seen the accident. I think it's the second paragraph of your statement, if I'm not mistaken.
Also, would help inform me that children had passed away. We then went to the bridge where the train had went away. So the second paragraph or third paragraph?
Line 4, second paragraph.
1, 2, 3, 4. Where it says, inform me that Chief Luthuli has passed away. That's my second paragraph. Okay, it must be paragraph 3.
That's a bit.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Sorry. Paragraph 3. Line number 4.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mr. Mabaso, because he had seen
We
the-
went there
Okay.
with Mr. Mabaso because he had seen the accident.
Right, thank you. Khona la semenzi sakho ke ku paragraph number 3 la kubhalwe khona ukuthi ke saya lapho nomnozwane kombaso ngoba umabaso wayibonile ingozi.
Yebo sesuyile noma olibona ngathi angazi ukuthi ngoba ngibuza ngalami kodwa ke yena uyena angitshela ngithi ubuthula kasekho.
Right. Whether he had heard about this or seen this, I did not know and ask him, but what informed me was that Chief Luthuli has passed on.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted that clarity. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for the witness.
Yes, Mr. Dunya.
My lady, no questions with me.
Mr. Ngobo.
Just two questions. Ms. Wieke. Had you yourself opportunity to walk on this bridge?
Wena ke wake wathola ithuba lokuthi uhambe nje ngalo ke noma uwele kuleli bridge
angihamba njalo nje.
at all times.
At all times. And had you, in those times, seen other people walking over this bridge as well?
Ubabona futhi nabanye abantu bewela leli bridge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And I heard that you were around 31 years old at that time. Had you taken, in a traditional way, in other words, had you taken a wife? Or, yes.
Sezuleke futhi ngakuthi ngalesikhathi ke kwenza konke lokho umnumzane ke noma baba Nxumalo iminyaka yakho una 31 wawusunaye usuthathile lesikhathi unankosikazi
Ulwazi.
wena lesikhathi angithi phela kuthwala lesigameko lesikhathi esenzeka wena iminyaka yakho eyu31 afuna ukwazi manje ke emapholo ukuthi wawusunaye yini unkosikazi lesikhathi wawusuthathile
Cha.
no.
Oh, did you have children at that time?
Kodwa ke abantwana wawusubusisiwe ngabo
Cha.
no.
Oh, okay. Okay. And tell me, from the bridge, when you were at the bridge, could you see the station itself, the train station at Gledo, or it was out of sight?
Most wapho ke ebridging istation lesike setimela wakwazi usibona make sasingabonakali
Lisimela.
ehe
Awu, angisazi kakhulu.
uma usebridging wakwazi ukuthi nasi ke station sesitimela
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mabasa. Mr. Nxumalo, you are excused.
Bamama siyabonga kakhulu bakhona kwakho ungahamba kahle.
Just assist him. He is looking for something.
Just this connection lady Nancy.
Uzohamba na.
Futhi fana be ne TV yonke ke baba Nxumalo.
What's the time, Mr. Tunya?
The time now,
Sorry, the court orderlies must assist the 89-year-old man. He wants a way out or to sit. Let him be assisted and be comfortable first. There's another elderly man there.
let's go, please, my lady.
Sorry, Mr. Tunya, Mr. Nxumalo is still talking there. I think it will get recorded.
Let's go, please. My lady, the time now, it's nearing the 11 o'clock, and I propose, my lady, that...
Yes,
we
I suggest
take
that we take a tea break.
Yes.
And then we start without interruption after tea
tea.
break. Let's adjourn.
Shum.
Before you worked at crime scene management, where were you stationed?
I was stationed at the biology unit, where they do with the deal in DNA.
Ngiyaka sebenzi ke la sengikhona ngiqale ngasebenza la kuhlonzwa khona ulebefuzo.
Okay. And what are your duties at crime scene management?
I am a crime scene examiner, or also known as a crime scene analyst, and I attend to crime scenes that's been assigned to me by the office.
Kahle umsebenzi ke ukuthi ke ngiyele ke la kwenze khona ke isigameko noma ngekho endaweni isigameko la ngifike ngihlonza ngihlaziye khona osokwenzekile ke lapho.
When you say crime scenes, can you give us an example of the kind of crime scenes that you attend to?
Yes, my lady, we attend to crime scenes where involving multiple fatalities. Members of my office have done the Lusiki Siki as well as the tavern in the Eastern Cape. I have attended to one in Kagiso where there was shootings, 7 deceased, 4 cars burnt out as well as a shop.
Uma ke ngikhuluma ke nezigameko ke noma indawo ezigameke engisuke ngiyohlaza ngihlonze khona ngikhuluma la so kwenze khona ke amaqala ke amabi amakhulu kanti futhi ke oza kwethu nabo engiyangisebenzisana nabo bayahamba bayakhona kulezi zindawo zezigameko mangibala nje khona baya ku Siksiki la kade ke kubule khona abantu nakhona futhi kuyobheka ke isigameko lapho noma indaba esigameko nosuku kusuke kwenzakaleni lapho kukhona futhi ke la khona ke eKagiso la kwakushona khona abantu abawu7 kunemoto ezu4 ezashisiwe.
And in your duties as a crime scene examiner or analyst, do those duties also include mathematical and scientific calculations as well as measurements?
Yes, they do, my lady. On crime scenes, we draw sketch plans and sometimes also scale plans, depending on the complexities of the crimes. We find a fixed point or 2 fixed points, and from those, we then triangulate measurements from the fixed point to where the evidence is and then back again. So if we need to go recreate it, we can place the evidence at the point where it was at the scene, my lady.
Into first zapho into esenzayo agcinga ukuthi ke sibheke nje indawo esigameko kodwa ke siyake isikale sisuke la ku point A siya ku point B isikale ke lapho sifune futhi ke nobufakazi esigamekweni lapho kusokwenzeke khona.
So the plotting of these points and the triangulation thereof, how often are you requested to attend such crime scenes?
They would be done on almost every crime scene that you've got, because when you attend to a crime scene, you need to document it. Documenting not only means photography, but also by means of a sketch plan, like I said earlier. And then on the sketch plan, you have to say or show the positioning of where you found the evidence. And that would be from a point to a point, and then the evidence. So it's done on almost every single crime scene that we attend to.
Kahle ke yonke indawo la sisuke sibizele khona kuyindawo ke yesigameko. Asidinga isikale nje kuphela cha siyadweba kuze ke kuvela isithombe ke esicacile sidwebe ukuthi ke sificeni lapho sisuka lapha ku point A siya ke khona ke ku point B mase sidwebile ke futhi sazi ukuthi ke nje asidwebe la sidwebe ini masuka futhi lapho sekwenye futhi indawo nakhona futhi sidwebe sibhaka ukuthi ke sithole ini kwenziwani lapho.
You did mention that you have 10 years experience within crime scene management. Before then, you were in the biology unit. I presume that's within the South African Police Service. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ke lo sengikubalile ngokusebenza kwami kukhona khona la emsiphoyiseni sakhona la eMzansi.
And overall, within the South African Police Service, how many years of experience do you have?
I currently now have 23 years experience, my lady.
Manje ke experience enginaso ke esiphoyiseni maybe 23.
And are there any courses which you attended to whilst you were employed within the South African Police Service?
I have attended to quite a couple, my lady. I don't have all the details, However, I do remember the International Intellectual Property Investigators College that's overseas. They have 17 modules, of which I have completed all 17. And that is all to do with counterfeiting and piracy, and how to counteract counterfeiting and piracy, as also a small amount on the prosecuting thereof.
Kanti futhi ke nokufunda mi ke kuthe kululeka babanzi kuba phela ngafunda ke nakho ngeke ngisakhumbula konke kodwa ke ngafunda ke futhi nakhona futhi ke phesheya kwezilwandle ngiyenza ama modules akhona lo ngikufundela ayo 17 ngawenza wonke.
Any other courses?
Yes, I have attended 2 courses done by Interpol with regard to radiological crime scenes. There were 3 certificates that I have completed with that. This is their frontline officers course, the radiological crime scene awareness course, as well as the radiological crime scene investigators course.
Ngisabala ke futhi ke engakufunda ke khona lapha khona into ekuthiwa ikwa Interpol nakhona futhi radiology yakhona ngafunda lapho ngathola izitifiketi ezintathu ke ngogogoda kwami ke lapho kusaqhumene nako futhi ke ngobulelesi nobugebengu esuke ke ngiyobuhlonza ngiyobuhlola.
These radiological crime courses that you attended to, what did they entail?
They entail specialized applications of specialized equipment with regard to investigating crime scenes that have been contaminated by radiological material or nuclear material, my lady.
Kanti futhi ukufunda ngike kuholele ekutheni ke ngikwazi ukuthi enhlaze makuma wode kukhona la kuphazamise khona ke njengaba iradius khona mayiphazama lo kusuke ke kusetshenzwe ngani ukuthi ke kwenze kanjani ukuthi kuze kuphazamiseke.
Okay. Any other courses?
I can remember attending a course on ground penetrating radar many years back when I joined the unit. I can't remember who offered that one, my lady.
Kanti futhi ke nokusebenza khona ke la nje ngakufunda futhi nako kodwa ke angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ke lapho kwakwenini ngobani futhi.
And all these courses you attained within the South African Police Service as part of your training?
As part of the training, yes, my lady.
Konke ke lo kufunda kwami ke ngikwenza khona la bothe namaphoyisa la eMzansi nakhona futhi ngenze ukuthi ngiqeqesheke ngako.
Have you ever been called to testify in a court in relation to reconstruction and simulation of scenes?
No, my lady, but I have testified in court previously.
Noma ngaze ngibila ukuthi kodwa ke ngafakaza ngaphambilini enkantolo ngokuzozama ukuhlanganisa indawo yesigameko eyela kwenza khona ke isigameko.
Examples of what it is that you testified on?
I testified in the Kingdom of Eswati, previously known as Swaziland, where I testified on the chemical process that I used to determine the presence of latent blood in a vehicle.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngabizwa khona ke lapha ke mbusona seswazini la ngiyofaza khona ke ngento noma umuthi engawusebenzisa ngihlaza ke igazi.
I also attended to High Court Bloemfontein that was sitting in, can't remember the name of the town, but High Court Bloemfontein on the circuit. That was to do with the pointing out that I attended. It's a murder and a theft of motor vehicle case.
Ngiyakhumbula futhi ke ngase ngabizwa lenkantolo ephakeme ehleli ke eBloemfontein. Ngibizelwa ke esigamekweni ngangesona ke la ngafike ngakhoma khona kanti futhi ngakucela ke lokubulala nokweba.
I also attended court in Soshanguve, and that was a conspiracy to commit murder case, my lady.
Nakhona futhi Soshanguve ngabizelwa ke futhi khona ke ngiyofakaza ngequlu libanjiwe ke lokubulala.
And have you ever attended the scene of a train accident?
Yes, my lady.
Yebo kunjalo ke ngake ngaya futhi esigamekweni la kunengozi khona isitimela.
And what was your role at that scene?
I was part of a team and I documented the scene by means of photography. It was the Hennenman-Kroonstad railway accident where a train collided with a truck in 2018.
Kunjalo ke futhi ke ngangabizwa sigamenge esestimela lapha ke Hennenman eKroonstad. Train collided with? The train collided with?
The truck.
La istimela sashasana ke ni truck. Kwaku 2018 ke lapha.
Okay. So on 27 May and 31 May 2024, you took videos with respect to this matter. Am I correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ke kunde sombasa ke la mhla 27 May.
When I say this matter, I mean the Chief Albert Luthuli matter.
That's correct.
Uma ngikhuluma ngaleli ka Chief Albert Luthuli.
Ms. Shwane, I think you interrupted Ms. Van Wyk before she could finish
I apologize, my
the
lady.
interruption.
I
the
apologize, my lady.
interpretation.
Thank you, lady.
Sorry, Ms. Van Wyk.
It was 21 and 27 May.
27 May and 31 May 2024.
Lo wenza mhla 27 to 31 May 2024.
Yes.
The video on 27 May 2024, where was that taken?
And that was taken at in Hermannstad train yard.
Herman.
Hermannstad.
Le video mhla 27 May 2024 ese Hermannstad.
2024, Hermannstad in connection with this case. Okay.
In connection with this case? Is
That's
it in
correct,
connection
my
with this
lady.
case?
Khoma nalo licala.
And where is Hermannstad train yard?
It was the Wondersteam train yard in Hermannstad. I think it's in Michelson Street, my lady, in Hermannstad in Pretoria.
Michelson Street. Le ndawo ngikhuluma ngayo ke ilaphaya ku Michelson Street ePitoli.
And the video which you captured on the 31st of May 2024, where was that taken?
That was taken in the area around Grootville. I arrived at the Albert Luthuli Museum. I was met by Mr. Tusi and followed the alleged route taken by Mr. Albert Luthuli on the 21st of July 1967. And certain points were indicated to be by Mr. Tusi, and it was filmed with commentary.
Le video ngomhla 31 May 2024 kwakulapho eGroundville lapha emuseum kanozana ke oLuthuli ngiyala ngahlana khona noThusi uThusi ke yena wasengithatha ke esengikhombisa konke lapho ya lokwenza mhla 21 kuJuly 1967.
Okay, and what equipment did you use to take the videos?
I used a Canon 550D camera with the video function, my lady.
Into ke ngayisebenzisa ke lapho ke ilotho ke inganono ngayisebenzisa ke 553D
550D.
550 I say 550D.
And what did you do with these videos after you had captured them?
The only thing that I did with the videos were captured in what's known as a MKV format. They were approximately 5 gigabytes each in size and too big for any storage media. So it was converted to an AVI file format, similar as when we're changing a Word document to a PDF, but there was no editing done.
La ngagcina khona ke lama video ke ngiwathatha lapha kuthiwa khona se MKV format ema gigabytes akhona ayithi 5 gigabytes.
Yes.
Ama gigabytes 5 afagcinwa khona lapho ehliswa ke ngoba phela ke ofendala la ezogcinwa khona ngokuphephile.
So where did you download the videos?
At the offices of Crime Scene Management, my lady, in Pretoria.
Lokho ke ngawenza lama video ngadownloada khona lapha emofisini asesiphoyiseni khona ePitoli.
Were they downloaded to any particular device or instrument?
Just on my provided laptop, my lady.
Sengikufaka lapha kwi laptop yami.
And once you had them on your laptop, what then happened to the videos? What then did you do with them?
I converted to AVI format in order to forward to the prosecuting and investigators, my lady.
Ngase ngakuhlela sengifaka lapha kuyona ke laptop yami ngakuhlela kahle kuze phela ngikuyise ke kubashushisi abazobe benza ke icala masengisa futhi kuze kumphenyi.
So you forwarded the videos to both the prosecution team and the investigation team?
No, it was the prosecuting team.
Just the
my lady.
prosecuting
Yes,
team.
my lady.
Kahle kahle ke ngase ngiyisa ke kubashushisi.
Okay, and how did you send them to the prosecution team?
My lady, I can't remember how they were sent. They were too big to be sent via email. I'm not sure whether Colonel Stein came and picked them up, I think, from my colleague, because I may have been away on deployment at that time.
Ngoba ka emakhulu angeke ngisakhumbuza fe kanjani kandenza bashushisi kodwa ke engakusho ngithi ngoba emakhulu noma imade yakhulu kangeke ngikwazi ukuthi ke enziwe nge-email. Ongenzeka futhi ke uthi Colonel Stein ongoza kwethu yena mhlambe wahambisa ngoba mina ngase ngiphonswe kwenye indawo ngomsebenzi.
Did you alter or enhance the images in any way before you handed over the video to your colleague for collection by Colonel Stein?
No, my lady, I didn't even watch them.
Hayi angizange ngiphazamise lutho ke kulama video ukuthi ke ngiwandise noma ke ngishintshayo angizange ngabuye ngisho kwabuka.
And what was the purpose of capturing these two sets of videos?
It was on request by the prosecuting team, my lady.
Ukuthi ke ngize ngenze lama video lawa ngathi ngicelwe ithimba lawo ke ambeshushisi.
What was to be captured on these videos? The one for the 20, maybe let's take it bit by bit. The video on the 27th of May at Hermannstadt, what was to be captured on those videos?
Well, there I captured the surviving Class 15 CA locomotive with a number 2850. And I did an on-screen interview with Mr. Labeskachny of One of the Steam Trains about certain things with the dials and the size of the train, and just give a general view as to what the locomotive looked like, my lady.
Lapho ke ga loku ma video mhla 27 kuMay. Wona ke ngangiyo ngicaphuna ke lapho ke osayizi ke bakhona ke lapho naso ke nazo ke istimela nendlela futhi leke kanje ngazitimela lezi.
Ms. Chani,
My lady,
you must give Ms. Van Wyk time. She records some of these numbers so that she can then relay the full sentence that the witness is talked about.
all right, my lady, I think
And you must recall that last week for the past 2.5 weeks, we had Ms. Kubeka.
correct, my
So
lady.
give Ms. Van Wyk a
A
chance
chance.
to note down, especially when it comes to serial numbers,
Yes, my lady.
IVF numbers, so that at least she doesn't skip
Yes, my lady.
anything that the witness say for the benefit of the public.
Yes, my lady. I
In
think
in the public, we do have people who
would like to hear.
who are well versed with these
Yes,
technical
my lady.
things.
Yes, my lady.
So
I-
they must be given an opportunity also to understand.
I agree, my lady.
Don't rush the witness too much.
I fully agree. I think,
Yes.
my lady, perhaps what we can do, if we can agree, if the witness can try to keep his answers as short as possible, allow the interpretation, and then perhaps carry on. Hopefully, it won't interrupt his train of thought, but I do understand that because his evidence is quite technical in nature, I'm hoping that he can also understand that it needs to be interpreted even though it's technical in nature. Perhaps maybe if he can try keep his answers short, allow for the interpretation, and then proceed.
Okay, Warrant Officer Pages, please give short answers.
I will do so,
But
my
they
lady.
must remain, of course, you mustn't lose the sequence of your thoughts. Ms. Van Wyk next to you is interpreting to isiZulu. And some of these technical words don't have a Zulu translation. So if she jots down something like the model of the train, so that she can also relay the message through interpretation.
Thank
Yes,
you,
my
lady.
lady.
Thank you, lady. Much
You
appreciated.
captured the size of the train or trains.
Washo
Start from there.
ngisho ke osize bazo ke izitimela
Or models.
noma kuhlobo lesitimela.
Okay.
Pardon, my lady?
What did you capture at that site in, you said Hermanstad,
Hermanstad.
train yard?
Okay. I filmed the surviving locomotive with the same number that is supposed to have. It was a 15 CA class locomotive.
Lapho ke ngase ke ngithebulana ke engineer ke isitimela kanti futhi ke nakhona futhi lapha number khona ithi 15 CA.
Okay. It is numbered as 2850,
Inombolo yakhona ithi 2850.
and I conducted an on-screen interview with Mr. Labuskaghni.
Kanti futhi ke ngase ke ngiphonse imibuzo kunonzwane ke uLabuskaghni
of Wonder Steam Trains.
walapha ke Wonder Steam Trains.
Okay. At the initial inquest hearings, the court was informed that. Sorry, my lady, I'm just distracted by the sound. I'll just repeat my question.
Yes, ma'am.
In the inquest proceedings of 1967, the court was informed that the train that was involved in the incident was numbered 2045. It was a class 15 CA, but it had the number 2045. The one that you filmed at Hermanstad, you said was a class 15 CA, but has the number 2850. Were you not able to find the one with the number 2045?
The locomotive 2045 was not able to be found, my lady.
Yabona ke kule hlanso ke saye inquest on 1967 kulisitimela sekiyisu 2045. Singathola leke kwaso sikhathi.
Did you try to search for it?
Yes, I did, my lady, and was not able to find any trace of it.
Ngazama ukuthi ngisithola cha angithulanga lutho ngaso qhamuka lutho ngaso.
Is there any major differences between the model 2850 and the model 2045?
As far as I was able to establish, the only difference between the two numbers would have been internal dials and the placing of certain things within the cabin, my lady. But sorry.
Okay. Umehluko nje engawuthola phasi ka number 2045 no 2850 ilokuhlelwa kwawo ke lokuthiwa ke ama dials kwalapha ke sitimeleni.
When I did see Mr. Labuskaghni, he showed me a technical book.
ngithe mangibonana nomnumzane ke olabaskagni kwakhona ke incwadi angikhombisa yona
and I took a photograph of that page of that technical book.
ngase ngashutha ke ipage noma ikhasi laleyo ncwadi
And it indicates a diagram of the locomotive.
lapho ke kuveza khona ke isithombe sale engine ke esebenzayo ke oxhumakezo netimela
With all its measurements,
nokukalwa futhi kwayo konke
and at the top it was referenced between certain train numbers.
lapho phezulu ke kunezinombolo zezitimela ezihlukahlukene ezikhona noma ezivelayo
And the dates between this date and that date,
kanti futhi ke nezinto noma dates khona lapho
which led me to believe, and it was told to me also by Mr. Labaskagni, that all of those class of trains would have the exact same dimensions.
kanti futhi ke ekwahola ekutheni ngikholelwe futhi ngitshelwe uyena ke unomzana olabaskagni ukuthi zonke lezo zitimela ke zinto efanayo
Okay.
ukukala okufanayo
And on the 31st of May 2024, what did you capture at Groudville?
Well, it was the route alleged to have been taken by Mr. Albert Luthuli on
Kanti
the
fu-
21st of July.
kanti futhi mhla ka 31 ke kuMay 2024 engaxoshwa lapha ke eGroudville indlela ke noma ke indlela ahamba ngayo ke ayihamba ngayo unozane ke uLuthuli lapha ya ngo 1967
That's correct, yes.
ku July
And you said that you were in the company of Mr. Tusi from the Luthuli Museum.
Oh, that's correct, my lady.
kunjalo ke ngangihamba nomnozane uThusi owalapha ya kwisigcina makuku
Was it Mr.
Mnumzane
Tusi?
Luthuli.
Sorry. Was it Mr. Tusi who informed you of the alleged route?
Oh, that is correct, my lady.
kunjalo futhi uyena ke unozane uThusi owayenjele ngalomzila ekuthiwa wehamba ngawo
Is there anything else that you captured on that video for the 31st of May 2024?
Well, I can tell you the process in which we followed. We left the museum.
ngizokutshela futhi ke inqubo noma ukwenza esakulandela saphuma sihamba ke lapho esigcina makuku
The museum was said to have been the residence of Mr. Luthuli at the time.
okwakutsho lahla khona nozane ke uLuthuli ngaleso sikhathi
We then followed down a road until a certain point,
sahla ngomgaqo sasafika ke endaweni ethize
where we then stopped, and I filmed some commentary by Mr. Tusi. I remember him pointing in a certain direction.
ngase ke ngathwebula ke khona lapho la unozane uThusi ayengikhomba ngakhona ngiyakhumbula futhi ke wayikhomba endaweni ethize mase ngiyathwebula
We then followed on to the shop
sasila manje ke esitolo
where some more commentary was delivered.
nakhona futhi la ngathola khona ukuthi ke ngithwebule izithombe
And this is the route I'm explaining now because there was something, I think, in between. After that, we went down to the train station.
emva lokho ke sesithela ke ngengezansi siyakhona phaya station ke sesitimela
And then down to the area where the bridge used to be.
sase siyafuthi la la kade kukhona khona ke ibridge
And then in between that, Mr. Tusi also showed me a bridge that's alleged to have been very similar in construction to the bridge that existed.
wakade ke unozana uThusi esengikhombisa ifuthi ibridge elifane naleli lalikhona
There was also commentary there.
nakhona futhi okhona khombisa kona ngathwebula
And on the set dates, 27 May 2024 and 31 May 2024, was a colleague of yours, Warrant Officer Sunette Nell, also present?
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ke ngalezi zinsuku esisikhulume ngazo 27 May 2024 no 31 May 2024 uza kwethu one officer Sunet wayekade ekhona.
My lady, at this point, I beg leave of the court to flight the said videos.
Yes, thank you.
We're going to start with the video that was taken on 27 May 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. If I can just move my laptop
Yes, you may.
to where it
move.
needs to be flighted. Thank you.
I apologize, my lady. I forgot to mention to the court that the witness was not able to stand for very long periods of time.
If he may be requested to sit so that he can be more comfortable, my lady.
Yes,
Thank you.
Warrant Officer Pages, you may sit down.
Thanks, my lady.
Do you want him to sit there at the stand or to come near where you are?
He may sit there for now, my lady.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you, my lady. Apologies, my lady, you seem to be having technical problems. Just need to get the volume up and running. So before we play the video, do you recognize that place that's reflected there?
Yes, my lady, I do recognize that place.
Yabo le ndawo ke esibona manje ke video ngiyayibona ngiyayazi.
And is that Hermanstad, the train yard that you were talking about in Pretoria?
Oh, yes, my
At
lady.
Wonder Steam Trains.
Kunjalo ke futhi ke iyo le ndawo engikhuluma ngayo esePitoli.
And that is the train yard that is owned by Mr. Labuskagni.
Oh, that's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi le ndawo sibona ke izitimela yakhe noNsana uLabuskagni.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may proceed to play the video.
27th of May 2024. Warrant Officer Burgess, number 700-51399. I'm at number 2 Mickelson Street, the train yard of Wonder Steam Trains. The locomotive of 15C class, 15CA class here. The video resumes 2 minutes later. This is a 15CA class locomotive at Wonder Steam Trains. It's the number 2850.
Sasa kuonyeshwa ke
Pause. And continue. With me, I have Mr. Labuskagni from Wonder Steam Trains. Mr. Labuskagni, could you tell us what class this steam train is?
Yes, good morning. This is a class 15CA, built 1930, and its number is number 2850.
Okay. The train on the day was a number, was it a different number to this one?
Yes, it was.
Pause.
2840.
Continue. The locomotive on the day was a number 2045, also a 15CA class. Could you explain for us what would the difference be between the two trains?
Well, the only difference between the two locomotives would have been the regulator. Both class 15CAs are identical in the chassis, the frame, the height, the width, except the regulator which is inside the cab. The one has got a lever for a double beat regulator, and the other one's got a lever that works forwards and backwards for a multiple valve regulator.
Now, would those have any difference with regard to stopping distance, the way in which it's driven, and speed of the train?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Mr. Labuschagne, could I ask you to go up into the cab with me and let's see which is the regulators? So this is now then the cab of the interior of the train.
Correct.
Okay, of the locomotive. Where would the regulators be?
The regulator is situated over here, and this is a multiple valve regulator, and that is open, and that is closed.
All right. And what has that regulator got to do with, sir?
This has got to do, it's like the accelerator of a motor car. If you open it to this point here, it allows steam into the pistons and the train will move forward or backwards depending on where you've set the reverser. In that position there, the regulators are closed, it won't allow any steam to come in. 2045's regulator was based here, and it is a lever that...
Could you show me again, sir, please? It was based?
Would be based here behind where this gauge is. This gauge on those locomotives were mounted here facing the driver, and the regulator was behind it, and it was a lever, and the driver sat here, and he opened the regulator to allow steam into the pistons to get the locomotive to move forward or backwards, and pushing it down would be closing the regulator and not allowing any more steam to go into the pistons.
So would this design on the 2850 have been more better than the other one, or easier to work with?
Yes, it would have been easier to work with. It would have also increased the performance of the steam going into the pistons, just on a quicker basis. Whereas the double beat regulator took a little bit longer for the steam to get into the pistons, but absolutely identical. This was just a modification on them to become standard with all the other locomotives at the time on the South African railways.
Could you point out to me on what side would the driver have been sitting?
The driver would be sitting here where I'm sitting, which is the right-hand side of the locomotive.
And there's somebody talks about a foot plate.
Yes.
What would the foot plate of the locomotive be?
Here where we're standing, this is called the foot plate. This area where we're standing is all called the foot plate.
So this is the foot plate at the bottom.
Correct.
And this seat here to the left-hand side, would that have been a side where, who would have been sitting in this?
That would be the fireman that sits there, and he's responsible for putting coal into the fire from the shovel plate here into the fire.
So this would be called the shovel plate, is it?
That's the shovel plate, yes, inside the tender.
Right. And where the coal is the tender.
Correct.
And he would then place it in between these two parts here.
Open the doors, and the coal would be put in there via shovel.
That would then heat the boilers.
Correct. That would burn, heat the water, in turn make steam, which would be indicated on that gauge over there, which is the main boiler pressure gauge.
Which on the 2045 you said would have been more on this side over here.
Correct. It was mounted here from these bolts here onto a plate, and it looked directly at the driver so that the driver could read the boiler pressure at all times because of the lever regulator that went into the boiler there.
And could I ask if I could just sit there where the driver is to get some indication as to visibility down the track? I see the windows are rather small here. Would drivers look only through the window, or would they lean sideways through this window here on the side?
They would use both windows, mainly out of the side there, so that he's got a clear vision. And drivers are trained to do that.
And what would visibility be? How many meters would a person be able to see down there? Or does it depend on a number of factors?
Well, on a straight line, it's as far as the eye can see. And as you see it now, it's exactly what the driver would see. If there's a curve ahead, then he would see as far as the curve.
Okay. I see, actually seeing what it's quite difficult to actually see the boiler from here. You'd have to lean out quite a bit.
To see the boiler, yes, but that's not what the driver's looking at.
Yes. Just get him round back. There's also talk about something called a buffer beam. Would I find that in here, or is it outside on the engine itself?
No, it's outside at the front and the back of the locomotive.
Okay. Could we go down to see where the buffer beam would be, sir? So we are now exiting on the side of the fireman. So I'm going down now the left-hand side of the locomotive, the side where the fireman would have been on. Okay, sir. So the buffer beam, is that now on the front part of the locomotive?
Yes, that's correct. This entire red painted section is the buffer beam.
So that's the entire red painted section?
Correct.
Okay. And what part of the locomotive sticks out the most on the sides of the tracks?
Well, on the sides of the track, this point here, this corner here, and the corner of the cab, as you can see down there.
Corner of the cab. Are they in direct alignment with each other?
Plus minus a few millimeters, yes.
Okay, so they would be almost in direct alignment with each other.
Correct. And the reason for that is you can see by the side of the running board here going up, it goes all the way down to exactly the corner of the cab of the locomotive.
Okay. So the corner of the cab on the driver's side is, if I go a little bit further down past all of these wheels here, these are the driving wheels, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Could you show me what the corner of the cab would be, sir?
Yes. This here would be the corner of the cab, this point here.
So that is the corner of the cab?
That's the corner of the cab, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Labuskaghni. Pause. Video resumes. With Mr. Labuskaghni is Warrant Officer Nell. It is alleged that Mr. Luthuli was 1.77 meters tall. Warrant Officer Nell is exactly the same height as Mr. Luthuli was. And we're going to measure now then the height of Warrant Officer Nell, if Mr. Labuskaghni will assist with that. So we're going from the floor. There we go. Turn the tape. All right. And could you just mark where it is? The height there. All right. And if you could bring the tape just down from the sun, because I'm getting reflection from the sun. So I just need to see it. One 177. So that is the height of Warrant Officer Nell. The corner of the cab is alleged to have struck Mr. Luthuli on his right shoulder. Could you come slightly closer to the cab, Warren? There we go. So you see there is a gap, a slight gap between the corner of the cab and the top part of Warrant Officer Nell's shoulder. Pause. Video resume. Going now down towards the front part of the locomotive, still number 2850, 15 CA class. Warrant Officer Nell has now come to the front, to the part that also sticks out. This part is a part that could easily have hit a shoulder over there. That being the front part of the locomotive, which is approximately 15 meters from the corner of the cab. Okay. Next. Pause. Video resumes. Mr. Labuskaghni, as a experienced steam train driver, when you are in the cab driving, how easy is it for you to see anything going down along the line? Further down, maybe 200, 300 meters down the line, is that something that is easy to be seen?
Yes, it is. It certainly is. It's something that really sticks out on the line when you're traveling along. Because it's a defined area. It's a railway line with ballast sticking out the sides. So any foreign object that's lying across the line or next to the line is very easily spotted. And I would give it because of the height that you're sitting in the locomotive and the fact that it's to be a clear line in front of you. So it's very easy to spot things next to and on the line.
So it would be almost from this angle up in the cab that I'd be able to spot something.
Yes.
Okay. And I can quite easily see where Warrant Officer Nell has stood approximately 200 meters away from the front of the locomotive as I look out now. So you would be able to see all of that stuff that's there and anything that shouldn't be on the line. Is that correct, Mr. Labuskaghni?
Yes, 100% correct.
Pause. Recording resumes. I'm going to climb into the cab and take a look down from where the driver would have been able to look. So this is now the right-hand side of the locomotive, the part where the driver would be sitting. His view is limited through the little window in front. However, most of the time, Mr. Labuschagne can correct me if I'm wrong, he would be able to look out through the window. Is that correct, sir?
That's quite correct, yes.
And so this is exactly what we're seeing down the line from the cab on the driver's side. Pause. The video resumes. We have moved to a part of a track that is straight. Mr. Labuschagne, is this the track that is going then out of the yard down the line?
Yes, that's correct, to the headshot.
Okay, and then you've got all those different markers, and that gate that we can see in the distance is approximately the distance we're talking about, of 200 meters. Warrant Officer Nell is making her way there. And I see it's very straight. You can see right up beyond the gate, right on the line. Even those little yellow markers on the gate itself can be seen from here. Those little yellow boards. Warrant Officer Nell has reached 200 meters from the front of a locomotive. Pause. The video resumes. Mr. Labuschagne, could you explain to me the way in which the braking system works? If the brakes are applied in an emergency situation, would there be any steam coming out the sides of the locomotive or any of that nature when it brakes?
No, not at all. Not at all. No, the brakes are worked by vacuum. On a 15CA, these brakes on the locomotive, on the engine part, is worked by steam, but it's a steam brake. And it's really only used for shunting, and they're very ineffective. But even if the steam brake is applied, here, no steam comes out. It's all operated underneath the cab. The brakes are applied through the ejector, which is the vacuum braking system of the train. It's applied from the tender, which is the back portion, and the rest of the train at the back behind it would then have their brakes applied to stop the movement of the train.
So there wouldn't be a lot of steam or anything else that could cause burn injuries on a victim that has been lying close to a track?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Could you just show me, point to me one of the brake pads on these front parts?
This here is a brake block. This section here.
So that's the brake block then that contacts in
Makes
to the wheel.
contact to the wheel surface, applies pressure, and it stops the locomotive.
And the braking force that would be applied?
Well, the braking force on a brake block being applied to a wheel from a vacuum point would be 40 kilonewtons. And that's how we work out the stopping distance of the locomotive, weight, speed, and how long it takes to stop.
Okay. So that's the calculation on a steam locomotive?
Correct.
So a modern locomotive would be able to stop in a shorter distance?
If they're using air brake systems, yes. If they're using a vacuum brake system, the same amount of pressure is applied.
In your calculations, the train in question on that day was going at approximately 40 kilometers an hour, weighing 767 tons. The calculation with 40 kilonewtons of pressure will work out to 767 meters stopping
Quite correct.
distance.
So how we do it is it's the weight of the train, 767 tons, multiplied by the speed of the train, which is 40 kilometers per hour, gives you a figure of 30680, divided by 40 kilonewtons, then give you the stopping distance of 767 meters.
Thank you, Mr. Labuschagne. Do you have any carriages called FZLS, which
I do.
may have been used on that day?
Yes.
You do. So we can go and have a look there at that carriage. Thank you, sir. Pause. Recording resumes. In front of me, I have a wagon, a freight wagon, that would most probably be the type of wagon that would carry sugar on the line. FZLS carriage. Those are the doors to the carriage. And there's the class of the carriage, its numbers and weights. Mr. Labuskaghni, I see we have here a freight car. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
These would be used on the line to carry freight.
Yes.
Would sugar have been transported in something of this nature?
Yes.
It would have been. On the report that I've read, they don't talk about a length of a train. They talk about the number of axles.
Quite correct.
Could you point out to me what is an axle first?
So the axle, when we talk about axle on the railways, we talk about these two wheels, the interjoining cylindrical section, and the wheel on that side. That's the axle. The actual axle itself is the cylindrical piece between the two wheels.
So how many axles will one coach have?
One wagon will have 4 axles.
4 axles.
Correct.
So this is now the front part of the axle system. So I see the one axle, and then it's joined.
Here's the second axle.
So there's a second axle.
Correct. And exactly as you see it here, so it is on the other side.
So it is down the front. So there's 2 axles in the front, and towards the back where you just pointed out to me, Mr. Labuskaghni, there are 2 axles there at the back.
That's correct.
So if a train is 60 axles long, would that be 15 carriages?
That's correct, yes.
15 carriages. Okay. Do you have any tanker that would have carried syrup?
No.
No. Thank you very much. Pause.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, my lady. Would this be the opportune time to take the lunch break, and then we can carry on after lunch, my lady? It's 2 minutes to 1.
I must apologize to the people in the gallery. It's not possible at this stage to interrupt the video by interpretation. So we'll see what we can do in case somebody wants the Zulu version of this video.
Inkantolo bezixosa ukuthi asikwazanga ngani bangikwazanga ukuthi ke ngitolike ngoba bezose ukuthi ukuphazamisa konke bade kwenzakala kodwa ke makuthi ukhona ufuna utolikela kona sobonga ukuthi sonze njani ukusichazeleke ukuthi ade kwenzakalani kwivideo kodwa ukutolika kwami bese sekuphazamisa ke la siyabonga thank you
Warrant Officer Bekes will take a lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2:15.
ake sasikhefu wase lunch nisobe 2:15.
Thank you for the chance.
My lady, may we request that the video which was flighted before the lunch break, that of the 27th of May 2024, may we request that it be marked as an exhibit, exhibit
SRT.
It'll be T, my
T.
lady.
Oh, that is of the 27th.
27 May 2024. Perhaps we can give it a numerical and say T1. Thank you, my lady.
T1, 2024, and T2 is the one for
T2
the
will be
DPS.
the next one, my lady, which we will be flighting soon. Sorry, my lady, may I just indicate to the operator the video which needs to be flighted? Apologies.
Today is the 31st of May, 2007.
Thank you for the indulgence, my lady.
Yes, Miss.
The second video, my lady, which we request to be flighted, is that which is dated 31 May 2024. The witness has given evidence that he went to Groudville to take this particular video. If it may be flighted, my lady, with permission of the court.
So T2 is the Groudville video.
Correct, my lady. If
Thank
that may
you.
also be marked as T2, exhibit T2. Thank you, my lady. So before we flight the video, sir, do you at least recognize that still picture of the video?
I can't see it because of the angle.
I think you must just tilt the angle. Can you see?
Yes, the vegetation looks familiar, my lady.
Thank you.
Mambuake laphaya esithomeni sesibukayo mambuake isitshalo esikhona kubuke nendawo engasike ngiyayazi.
That would be the vegetation around the Groudville area.
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ke le ndawo ke elaphaya engangena ke indawo seGroudville.
Thank you, my lady. May the video be flighted. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Today is the 31st of May, 2007. 2024, the time is 10:46. So Warrant Officer Burgess, 700-51399. We are in the Gledo area of KwaZulu-Natal. Down towards the southern side is a place called Groudville, where we came from. And towards the northern side, on that side, is towards Stanger. With me, I have Mr. Tusi from the Albert Luthuli Museum. Mr. Tusi, this would have been the area where the bus stop would have dropped Mr. Luthuli off, is that correct?
Yes. The morning of the 21st of July, which was a Friday, it could be possible that this is the bus stop, which we believe that Chief Luthuli, he then jumped from here on his direction to the shop, Panontevu shop, which is this direction here.
So it's in that direction. That would have been east or west direction?
It should be, I think east, yes, yeah, east direction. Yeah.
So easterly direction. So the shop would have been from there. So he would have alighted from the bus over here and walked from here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tusi. Pause. A video resuming.
Yeah.
I am here with Mr. Tusi at the shop that was supposed to be owned by Mr. Albert Luthuli. Mr. Tusi?
Yeah.
Is this the general dealers?
Thank you. Yeah, we are now at a place called Nkukwini, which is the part of Gledo. Gledo is because we have a Gledo station around here where we are standing. So this is the church, which is called One Enclave Trading Store, which was owned by Chief Albert Luthuli. This is the church from 1948. Apparently on this date of 21st of July, it was recorded that Chief Luthuli, after from his bus stop, as I'm pointing for you there, as you can see right at the far there is a tower there. So that's where the direction of Chief Luthuli, when he had to walk close about 800 meters or close to a kilometer towards this direction, where Chief Luthuli now he then started to come to the shop. This is the shop where now Chief Luthuli had to meet with his two ladies who were working in this shop in that time. So from here, then he proceeded with another short distance where now he was on his way to the sugarcane field after passing the Gledo station. On the very same morning in 1967.
And that direction that you're pointing is still in the easterly direction, is it?
Yeah, yes.
It's in the easterly direction.
The south as well, yes.
So sort of southeast, is it?
Yes, southeast, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tusi. Video pause. Video resume. Mr. Tusi, could you explain to us where we are now?
Yeah, thank you. We are at a place also called Gledo. Here we are showing you a bridge, which is, I believe, it's a similar bridge that was at Umboti River. So this is an old bridge, as we can see in the images of the time, 1967. So this is a bridge that was also for the train to cross the river. So yeah, I think this is exactly the same structures of how they build the bridge, especially the one at Umboti River in 1967. So it's the same. Yeah.
Okay, it's the same bridge.
Yeah.
And we are standing on what would be considered the northern side of the bridge.
Yeah, this is the northern side of the bridge, and that's the south. Yeah. So
the south is down that way.
Ending of this is the shorter one. Yeah, this is the shorter one because if you look at the river, it's not that much huge. So yeah, it's about 36 meters.
Okay.
Size.
So it's 36 meters in length.
Yeah.
So you are standing on the walkway that would be on the western side, is that correct?
Exactly. So as you can see, the walkway path here, and this is original.
Okay. Could you just show me how somebody would be standing if a train was to come past?
I believe this could be the position here. So I think this is either this position or this position.
And that would give enough space for the locomotive and the train to pass
I think
it?
it protects you from not moving towards the train or any movement here.
Okay. Thank you,
Not
Ms.
this or maybe this side, but I don't believe you can't look what is in the behind you. I
Okay.
think It's the best way.
Thank,
See what is on the north, also on your side.
thank you, Mr. Tusi.
Yeah.
Pause. The video resumes. Mr. Tusi, we went on a walk now from the shop of Mr. Albert Luthuli. Where have you taken me to now?
Yeah, now since we started at the shop, we have walked approximately 30 minutes to here. So from on our route, we also passed at the station, which is a Gledo station, which was also another way when Luthuli was on his way to his sugarcane field. So he also passed the Gledo station. So right now we are now at Umvoti. This is Umvoti River. Behind me you can also see the remaining pillars of the bridge, of which this was the bridge that was crossing the river here. So these are remaining pillars of this of the bridge of 1967. Also far on the far there's also another bridge which was also used by the people to cross the river, of which we believe that it was a safer bridge than this one. So yeah, this is also now standing on the north side of the bridge, which is this side here. Then looking at the river here, right and this is another south. This is the south bound of the bridge, right at the end there. So yeah, so I'm not sure how many meters here, but
And the sugar canes would have been on the south end of the bridge.
Yeah. So from that side, as you can see, the houses there. There were no houses on that side. This was only a sugarcane field. Yeah.
Okay, so just to confirm that this side that we are standing on is the northern end of the bridge.
Yes, this is the north.
And the train station and the shop that we came from is in that direction.
On the north side.
On the north side.
Which is this side.
And it took us approximately half an hour to walk
it's half an hour, 30 minutes. Yeah, half an hour, which is 30 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, to here on this side here.
Thank you, Mr. Tusi. Pause.
Warrant Officer Beckis, you may sit down.
Thank you, my lady. Besides the two videos which you recorded, the two videos that we saw, you also took still photos along the railway line in Gradville on the 6th day of February 2023. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo-ke ngaphandle kwamavidiyo amabili engiwathebulile ngazithatha phela zonke izithombe ngazithola nazo izithombe umhla ka-6 kuFebruary 2023.
My lady, I'd like to make reference to Exhibit F.
Yes.
And if I may also be given permission just to flight Exhibit F on the screen.
Yes, please.
Thank you, my lady.
Has Exhibit F been confirmed?
Exhibit F was provisionally admitted, my lady.
So this witness is the one
That's going
compiled
to-
Exhibit F.
Correct, my lady. I'm going to lead him so that it can be
Yes.
finally admitted,
Yes,
my lady.
thank
Thank you.
For the record, Exhibit F was provisionally accepted into the record. And now this is the witness who took and compiled the photo album.
Thank you, my lady.
Just carry on to confirm it.
So, do you recognize those pictures? Perhaps, Mr. Tusi, you can show picture 1, 2, 3, all the way, and then so that Mr. Burgess, Warrant Officer Burgess can be able to confirm whether those are the pictures that he took on the 6th of February 2023.
Yes, my lady, those are my pictures that I took there.
Yabo le thome sizibona lana ke eziloko ezidlula nje zinyuka. Ithome ke eSouth zasathethelwa yimina ngomhla 6 kuFebruary 2023.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Tusi, can you go back to photo number 1? I'm going to ask you, sir, to kindly, on each picture, for purposes of the record, just explain to us what it is that you were capturing on each picture. On photo number 1, what is it that you were capturing?
Okay, my lady, when I handed in the photo album, I handed in a key to photos. So I don't have that key to photos here with me, and I don't want to say something that is not there on the key to photos, my lady.
Ms. Chwane,
I can provide it, my lady.
can you provide him with the extra copy? The full copy of the album.
Indulgence, my lady. My lady, I've handed over the photographs and the key there too.
Thank you, my lady.
So just for purposes of the record, if you can explain what each picture is depicting.
Okay, my lady, this also makes it better than what it is, having my head around the corner with the screen. Okay. On the 6th of February 2023, I went to Groatville near Stanger, and I then took pictles of the scene.
Ngomhla ka 6 kuFebruary 2023 ngaya lapha endaweni yase Groatville, John Stenger, ngiyothebula isithombe.
Photos number 1 and 2, there's number 1 that's there, and number 2, shows the business premises alleged to have been owned by Mr. Albert Luthuli.
Isithombe number 1 no number 2 khombisa ke izakhiwe zamashishini kwathiwa ke mashishini akhe onozana ke uAlbert Luthuli.
Photo 3 shows the entrance to the Galedo railway station.
Masothi isithombe number 3 khombisa la ngenela khona lapha ku Gledhow railway station.
Photo 4 shows the railway line and platform of Gledo railway station, taken from the southern side, showing the northern view of the railway line.
That's photo number?
Number 4.
Masothi ke usithombe number 4 usikhombisa ke nayona ke ulanwa wesitimela masipela phaya ku Gledway railway station sithwetshule ngase side saseningizimu siwela ngapha ngase inyakatho ibonakalo le line lo okanguthwebula lapho.
Photo 5 shows the yellow signboard depicting the word Gledo. It's just made out between those two poles, situated on the northern end of the railway platform.
Masiko sisombe number 5 kune board lapho ke eli no yellow la kubhale khona ukuthi Gledo. Lesi sithombe sesibona ke siphakathi kwezinsimbi ezizicika lapha yana ke khona kwisithombe esikhonjiswa lapha phezulu.
Photos number 6 to 7. They show the railway line and the platform of Gledo railway station, taken from the northern side, showing the southern view of the railway line.
Masethu ke usithombe number 6 no 7 lapho ke sibona kanje khona phe ku Gledo railway station nakhona futhi kuthathe ngapha ngase ohlangothini ngasonyakatho ukhombisa ke lo khona ke lapho ke masibuka futhi ngapha ngase ningizimu.
Then we have photos 8 through to 10. They show the ruined remains of the bridge where it is alleged the incident took place.
Masibuka usithombe number 8 kuya ku 10 ukhombisa ke izinsalela zalo bridge ekuthiwa ke la kwenza khona ke isigameko.
It's a photograph from the northern side of the Emote River, and on that day the southern side was inaccessible.
Lezi thombe ke zishuthwa nje ngime ngakhona esadingele noma ke kuyile engxenye yase inyakatho ngakumvoti ke umfula ngapha ke ngase ningizimu ingxenye khona ke kwangabonakala kahle khona.
Photo 11. Thank you. Shows the bridge alleged to be similar in construction to the Emote River Bridge, taken from the northern end, showing the view to the south.
So ke number 11 usikhomisa ke bridge like ekufana nalo selakhiwe futhi lilapha ya kumvoti River Bridge mase kuthwetshulwa ke futhi lesi sithombe ke sibe ngapha ke ngase inyakatho kukhombisa futhi ke umona sokhona ungapha ke ngase ningizimu.
Photo 12 shows the bridge alleged to be similar in construction to the Emote River Bridge, taken from the southern end, showing the view to the north.
Mase sithombe ke number 12 nakhona futhi ke kusakhonjiswa ke umfanekiso webridge khona lapha yalela likhona laphinde futhi ke lenziwa ukuthi ke ekwazi ukubonakala lona ke futhi number 12 lithathwa nje lithwetshula nje ngapha ke ngase ningizimu kukhombisa konke okwenzakala lapha ya ngasenyakatho.
On photo 13, it shows the same bridge alleged to be similar in construction to the Emote River Bridge.
Kanti sombo number 13 futhi ukhombisa into efanayo nebridge esifana nalo leli livele likade likhona sesilakha kabusha.
And it's taken from the southern side and it's showing the measurements.
Kanti futhi ke lithotshwa nje ngapha ngase ningizimu mase ke kuyakhonjiswa futhi nekalo noma isikalo sakhona.
Okay. And then I must point out photographs 14 to 19 were provided to me.
Mase ngiyakubeka futhi nalo uthombe number 14 and 19 nganikezwa ke lokho
by Mr. Labaskachny, and they've been used with permission.
Nginikezwa unonza uLabaskachny nakhona futhi ngisebenzisa ngemvume futhi yakhe.
So photographs 14 to 16 depict a class 15CA locomotive.
Masiko system number 14 and 16 sibona ke lapha u15CA stimela esakhonozana uLabaskachny
of Wonder Steam trains.
Steam train ke leyo.
Then photo 17 depicts the numbering badge of the locomotive in images 14 to 16. Showing the locomotive number 2850.
Asibona sihamba ke number 17 la kuveza khona ke izinombolo neminombolo nebadge ke lalo ke istimela lesi masibona lapho 14 no 16 masakhombisa futhi ke nenombolo ekhona u2850.
Photo 18 depicts the cover of the South African Railways and Harbours locomotive diagram book.
Masikethe usithombe ke number 18 kusivezela ke amahaba noma la ku esikhunye sazo ke izitimela kwakhona ke la eMzansi.
And then photograph 19 depicts the index of diagrams of steam locomotives.
Mase kuthi ke usombe unumber 19 uzivezela ke imidwebo yazo ke lezi zitimela ama steam trains.
And that is a section of South African Railway and Harbours Locomotive Diagram Book.
Futhi ngokungena ngaphansi kosomqulu wakhona ke wala eMzansi makhuma ngazo ke izitimela nezikhulunywa zayo itimela.
Photograph 20 to 21, they depict page 19 of the South African Railways and Harbours Locomotive Diagram Book.
Maso sithombe ke number 20 ke kuya ku isithombe number 20 ke 21 kukhombisa futhi na ke I diagram lena umdwebo lo wakhona ke la asomqulu la eMzansi khuluma ngazo izitimela nezikhulunywa zayo itimela.
And that's showing the measurements of the class 15 CA locomotive.
Kanti futhi nezikalo zayo ke lo class 15 CA walesitimela.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Now referring to photos 1 to 13, those are the photos that were taken on the 6th day of February 2023, correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo isithombe soko number 1 ke 13 zafika mhla 6 kuFebruary 2023.
Can you provide the court with a background as to how you ended up in Groudville on the 6th day of February 2023?
I can do that, my lady. I just want to get these things sorted out.
Zoninabe ukuthi ngize ngifike nje lapha eGroudville mhla 6 kuFebruary 2023 kwasuka phi?
Okay. After I had met with Colonel Motley in the offices of Crime Scene Management on the 11th of January,
Okay.
at 1300, during our discussions, we had agreed that we would go down towards the scene of the incident for the purposes of reconstruction purposes.
Emva buke sengibonene ke no Colonel Omontle savumelana kwaku 2023-01-11 isikhathi 1 emini savumelana ukuthi sohlangana siye khona ke lapho ke kwenza khona isigameke uyesikwazi phela ke ukuthi senzeke imfanekiso yasoke ke indawo noma yasindawo yesigameko.
And so on the 6th of February 2023, we arrived at the Albert Luthuli Museum at 12:20.
Ngomhla 6 kuFebruary 2023 safika phaya ke esigcinini magugu kaLuthuli isikhathi kwaku 12:23.
And the reason why we wanted to see the scene, or I wanted to see the scene, is to get an overall view as to the scale that we're dealing with, getting towards a reconstruction, my lady.
Into yabanga ukuthi ke ngifune ukuthi ngiye lapho ingoba ngifuna nje ukuyobona ukuthi kwenzakalani ukuze nami ngibe nayo emqondweni uma sesiqala phansi sesenza imidwebo yakhona noma izakhiwo zakhona ukuthi kwenzakalani.
So it gives us an orientation of what the area looks like or may have looked like at the time, length of bridges, etc., etc.
Lokho sibe emqondweni ukuthi ke indlela indawo enjani le kwenzakalanga ngesikhathi kanti futhi ke nezikalo zawo ke ama bridge ayikhona lapho.
Unfortunately, the original bridge is in ruins.
Ngebhadi ke ibridge alivele ikhona lapho ke lasele dibhikile.
So Mr. Tusi showed me a bridge that was similar in construction to the one on the day.
Ozana ke ngenhlanhlano ozana osengikhombisa ke bridge efana nancamashi leli ke yaselakhiwo ke ngalosikhathi.
For reconstruction purposes, I then measured certain parts of the bridge.
Kuze phela ngiqale phansi ke na yonke lento ngaqala ke ngase ngiyakala ke lali bridge.
This is to give me an indication of the width of the walkway.
Ngifuna ke ukuthola ukuthi ke le ndlela le ekhanjwa kuyona ke ngezinyabo ingakanani ke ububanzi bayo.
The height of the sides of the bridge.
Kanti ke ngelikale futhi nali bridge swaphansi ke phezulu.
As well as the positioning of the sleepers and the rail tracks.
Kanti futhi ke ngibheke ke futhi ke nalapho la khanjwa khona ukuthi hamba nani lapho.
Okay, if I may interrupt you there, sir.
Yes, my lady.
You met Colonel Motley of the DPCI of KZN.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that was on the 11th of January 2023.
That's correct, my lady.
Did he explain to you why it is that the scene had to be reconstructed?
Yebo kunjalo ngomhla 11 ngoJanuwari 2023 ngabonane no Colonel Obonhle ngalo suku.
It was not in so much detail, my lady.
Noma engagxilanga kakhulu ukuthi anginabeke ukuthi indaba umme ukuthi siyobona lapha esigamekweni.
However, it was mentioned that there seems to be some concerns of the original inquest.
Kodwa ke kwavela ukuthi ngathi khona ongahlali kahle ofuna ukuthi kubuzeke kuphenduleke mana ke masekwenziwa ke usisedwethu ukuthi ke angabe kwenzakalani kuphi ngalosuku.
And would it be possible for my office to then have a look at this and make an assessment?
Kwasobuza ukuthi ngabe ke kungenzeka yini ukuthi ihhovisi uma amalungu ehhovisi lethu akwenze lokho uza kwazi ke ukubheka nokuthola ukuthi kwenzakalani.
Okay. So I take it this is a brief that you received from Colonel Motley.
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ke lokho ke ngakuthola ngaye ke uColonel Motley.
So before going to Groudville on the 6th of February 2023, is there a particular methodology or technique that you used to be able to determine how you are going to reconstruct the scene?
Well, before the methodology has to come in, the information has to be gathered first, my lady.
Kuzo konke manje lokuthola sikhathule yonke imininingwane iqala ukuze sikwazi ke usuke sihlanganise fanele ukuthi sikuhlanganise.
Okay, and what information did you gather?
Well, I was given a whole lot of statements by Colonel Motley in the beginning.
Ngase nikezelwa ke itatimende eziningi nginikezwe yena uColonel Omotley kwasekuqaleni.
And then I went off to see the scene for myself to get context.
Nami ngase ngaziyela futhi endaweni yesigameko ukuze phela nami ngibone ukuthi ke kuhamba kanjani.
And then get measurements of the parts of the bridge.
Mase ngithonga ukuthi ngilikale ke lona ibridge.
And then when I returned to the office after that, that's when I started with my methodology, my lady.
Ngase ngabuyela ke nami ke ehhovisi ekuthole konke lokho ukuze sengiyokwenza ukuhlaziya kwami.
Okay, are you able to explain to the court the methodology that you adopted?
Yes, my lady.
Yebo ngizokwazi ukuthi sichazeke ukuthi ke ngasebenzisa ini ukuze phela ke kuhlangane izinto.
First of all, I'll give you a short description of what reconstruction is.
Ake ngikuthi nje halabzi ukuthi uqala phansi wenza into bevele sikhona kuyini.
Reconstruction is a process Oh, can I carry on? Reconstruction is a process whereby source material is analyzed, criticized, and evaluated.
Kanti ke uma ke sekwenziwa ke le nqubo ukuthi iqalwe phansi kusuke kubhekwa ke lapho kuhlaziwe futhi esosetshenziswa
in order to determine probable sequence of events that occur at a scene.
Kuze ke sithole ukwenzeka nenqubo eyenzeka lapho endaweni ke yaso ke isigameko.
So that's where we first got. Then the first thing that I have to look at is I divided the statements that were given with a sequence of events.
Into engenza seqede yonke lokho ke ngase ke ngiyahlonisa istatement ngokwenzeka nokubhalwe phansi ngokwenzeka kwaso ke isimo nesigameko.
Now statements are affirmation of truth.
Ilamende ke zisuke zifungelwe.
But truth is a perception.
Kodwa phela ke iqiniso ke phela lokho kukuhlaziya kodwa.
So therefore within the affirmation of truth I have to try and determine what is of fact, what is real.
Lapho ke kwasemeke sefanele nami ngihlaze ngibonga ukuthi ikuphi okuyikona kona okuyiqiniso okwamampela.
By looking at multiple statements,
Uma sengibheke nestatement ke ezimbalwa,
And within the statements, if things are mentioned or items or weights or classes are mentioned the same throughout the different statements,
ngibheke ukuthi-ke kutabene lezi ukhona ezifanayo ezibhaliwe tatimenge ngokuhlohlwana kwazo
the likelihood of them being fact increases.
futhi nalapho-ke into bethi-ke iyanda-ke futhi lapho.
So the first thing I did was I looked for an eyewitness account.
Tokuqala-ke engayenza-ke lapho ngabheka ufakazi owazibonela ngokwenzeka.
And in this case, the only eyewitness to the incident was the driver of the locomotive, which was Mr. Lateghan.
Kanti futhi-ke ufakazi oqala-ke lapho wazibonela kwaye uyena-ke wayemshayeli waso-ke isitimela unozwane uLateghan.
He mentions the class of the locomotive.
Mase-ke ekhuluma ngayo futhi-ke iklasi layo-ke isitimela lesi.
He mentions the number of the locomotive,
nenombolo futhi yaso isitimela,
a train number,
inombolo yesitimela,
the number of axles,
kanti futhi-ke nezinombolo zawo ama-axle. Ama-axle loku-ke okuhlanganisa-ke iy'nsimbi lezi-ke ezihambisa amasondo.
And the weight.
And
the weight.
kanti futhi-ke nesisindo.
Then he goes on to describe the incident and how he was supposed to have struck Mr. Luthuli.
Aqhubeka lapho-ke sechaza-ke esona-ke isigameko nangendlela ekuthiwa-ke ukuthi ngabe wamshaya ngayo kunozwane-ke uLuthuli.
I found that within the statements of Mr. Greylen and Mr. van Wyk,
engathola isitatimende sanozoGreling benomzwane uVan Wyk,
they also mention a 15CA.
nabo futhi bayakhuluma ngonumber u-15CA.
They mention a weight of 767 tons.
Nesino futhi ka-767 tons.
And somewhere else in the inquest, I also picked up the 60 axles is mentioned more than once.
Ngaqosha futhi ke nakwi-inquest ukuthi-ke u-60
Axles.
ama-axle lawa kusachazile nawo futhi aloke nje kuphindaphindwa ukhulunywa ngabo.
Therefore, that indicated to me that the train is of a higher value as to have been real.
Kwangikhamukela noma kwangivela-ke lokuthi-ke lesino saso isitimela sinjengoba-ke besichaza futhi-ke siyamampela.
In order to find out where we are placing the incident,
ukuze ngithole ukuthi isigabeko sisibeka kunendawo-ke,
the statements of Mr. Lateghan, Mr. Greylen, Mr. van Wyk,
Greyling nonozwane uVan Wyk,
as well as Mr. ALH Pretorius,
kanti futhi nesikhanozwane u-ALH Pretorius,
the ambulance driver Mr. Papaya,
kanti-ke nomshayeli we-ambulance unozwane uPapaya,
and other witnesses
nabanye futhi-ke ofakazi
place the scene on the southern end of the Omoti River Bridge.
kanti futhi-ke bona-ke isigameko lesi basibeka-ke ngale side leli-ke engizothi-ke ele southern side
Southern side.
lapha ngapha ngaseningizimu.
Okay.
Must I continue, my lady?
You may continue, yes.
I then, after looking at the eyewitness account and determining the reality of a train,
Lithe sengibheka konke lokho nifuma sengibona bunjalo-ke baso-ke isitimela.
I then went on to analyze the medical reports or the statements.
Ngase ngiyapha sengohlazi-ke manje-ke imiphumela noma-ke izincwadi-ke zodokotela.
Those that were given to me was the sworn statement of Dr. G.M. Grigerson,
Kanti-ke semele nganika sona-ke soda sawo kasadokotela u-G.M. Gregerson.
who was the casualty doctor on the day,
Wayodokotela khona ngelanga-ke esibhedlela lesi-ke sabalimele.
as well as the affidavit of Dr. M.J. Hubert.
Kanti futhi-ke nencwadi efungele kwadokotela u-M.J. Hubert.
He was the neurological surgeon,
Kanti yena-ke wayemhlolo-ke neurological surgeon, yena-ke uthi kakhulu-ke nekhanda.
and then the affidavit of Dr. J.J. Van Zyl,
Kanti-ke naye incwadi efungele kwadokotela u-J.J. Van Zyl.
who was the pathologist performing the autopsy.
Kanti-ke udokotela lokho yohlenza-ke izidumbu.
And then Advocate, my lady, the diagram that I gave you of the body, I then proceeded to go through the statements of all three doctors.
Uzokhumula usiye kunomdwebo wesidomu ngakunikeza wona. Ngibe sengikhola bese ngihlaza kahle ke manje ke itatimende zabo dokotela ngokusona kwabo obathathu.
Okay.
Once
So
again, yes.
just so that we get everything in and not forget.
Yes, ma'am.
So, my lady, may I show this document to the witness? I do have an
It is on
extra copy
page-
for my lady. And if I may, flight same as well for everyone to see, my lady. Thank you. Thank you. So when you refer to the document which you gave to me of the injuries, is that the document that you're referring to?
That one is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ke yes una lapha video. Yona mdebe ngikhuluma ngawo angithi ke ngakunikeza wona.
I then started to look for the references within the doctor's reports.
Ngase ngibheke lapho ke la kule mdwebo ngibheke ke okubhalwe udokotela.
And I started to plot them on this diagram of the body, my lady.
Ngaqala ke manje ngabheka la kule mdwebo yami ye imdwebo lo womzimba noma wesidumo.
Those that are in the red are from Dr. Grigerson.
Lo ke la kubhalwe khona ke ngokubovu Dr. Gregerson loyo.
Those that are in the black are from Dr. MJ Hubert.
Masokuthi ke la kuma khona ke ngobumnyama udokotela MJ Hubert loyo.
Also, the red ones correspond very closely with Dr. Van Zyl.
Nako futhi lo Dr. Van Zyl nakho kuyahambisana kahle kakhulu.
On the notes to the side, you'll see on number 2, this was made prior to receiving the autopsy report from Dr. Van Zyl.
Kanti masibheka lapha la kubhale khona ke ngokumnyama sanisami ke sokudla lokho kusakuthiwa ke kungakasingathola umbiko ophuma kudokotela uHubert.
Sorry, which one is that?
That's reference number 2 on the side of the right-hand side, my lady.
Reference number 2, okay.
Is that under
On the notes.
That's under notes on the side, yes, ma'am. I then did receive the autopsy or post-mortem reports after that, and then I cross-referenced it again.
Ngibese ngiyithola ke futhi ke imbiko yokuhlinza wazo ke isidumbu ngaphinde futhi ngabuyela kulamanxiba abhala lapha ya ukuze ngibonge ukuthi kuyahambisana yini.
And then I looked at it again. There is some missing ones here.
Ngase ngaphela futhi ngabheka kodwa khona ke ongekho ke la.
Dr. Van Zyl says that there is bruising to the dorsal aspect of both hands.
Udokotela ke uVan Zyl ukhongosike kunokulala lapha ya ezandleni zombili.
However, Dr. Grigerson says there's bruising on the dorsal aspect of the left hand.
Kanti ke Dr. Gregerson uthi lapha kuyena uma ehlaziya yena kungapha sale sokunxele.
And Dr. van Zyl also mentions a wound of an IV line. I think it's the right arm.
Maseke Dr. Van Zyl ukhuluma futhi ke ngokulimala la gases ngalweni ke right arm.
The intravenous, I think it's in the right arm, yeah.
Kule ngalo esandleni sami ke sokudla.
Otherwise, the rest of the injuries mentioned by Dr. Gregerson are mentioned by Dr. van Zyl.
Kodwa ke bona bonke amanye kamanxeba okulimala atholakala abekwa nguyena ke u Dr. Gregerson naye futhi Dr. Van Zyl yawaqinisa.
The major difference that can be determined between the three doctors
Naku ke ongahloka phakathi kwabo dokotela laba bobathathu
is referenced by Dr. Joubert
iloko bale dokotela uHubert
of a fracture to the 9th rib on the right-hand side.
la ebhala khona kusila embanjeni isandla sakhe ke sokudla kunokuhla fala lapho ke lembambo.
Both Dr. Gregerson and Dr. van Zyl
Bobabili dokotela uGregerson Dr. Van Zyl
mention bruising around the chest and query fractures to both sides of the ribs.
kanti yena ke ubhala ukuthi ke la kunokulimala ke esibobabili babhala ke ukulimala la okula esifubeni mase kulimala futhi which rib?
Dr. van Zyl says the 9th rib on the right-hand side.
Dr. Van
No, Dr.
both.
No, Dr. Joubert says the 9th rib on the right.
Kanti dokotela ke uHubert uthi ke imbambo lesi9 saneni ke sokudla.
Dr. Gregerson has more description of the injuries to the head.
Udokotela uGregerson yena ke unencazelo eningi kakhulu ngokulimala emanxebeleke nokulimala okusekhanda.
Dr. Gregerson mentions that she sent the victim or the patient for x-rays.
Udokotela Gregerson uthi ke isiguli waseke esambisa ethi ke asiswe ke esithombeni.
She, however, does not comment on the x-rays or the results.
Kodwa ke kaphawuli ngempumela nanga futhi ke isithombe.
The only doctor that comments on the results of x-rays is Dr. Joubert.
Udokotela nje qha uyena ke ophawulayo ngazo isithombe udokotela ke uHubert.
And there he says on the x-rays, that's where he sees the fractured 9th rib on the right-hand side.
Ilapho ke la khona ke ubona ke imbambo elu number 9 ngapha ngasisaneni ke sokudla.
However, even though he saw the x-rays,
Noma ke isithombe azibona
he mentions fractures to the skull,
kanti futhi uyakhombana ukuthi ke khona ke la kugebhezi kunakhona futhi ke ukulimala lapho.
but does not elaborate on the seriousness or the nature thereof.
Kodwa ke akanabi ngobubi kwaso kwayayo ke le ngozi.
So with the plotting of these injuries, I then plotted what was said to the head by Dr. Gregerson and Dr. van Zyl.
Kanti ke ngokulimala kwakhanda ke ngase ngibhele kokusho ke uDr. Van Zyl beno Dr. Gregerson.
I noted the 9th rib fracture by Dr. Joubert.
Ngase ke ngaqapha ke lokho ke kwale imbambo elu number 9 elikhulunywe ngalo uDr. Joubert.
I took that because he states that he saw x-rays.
Ngakuthatha lokho ngakwamukela ngoba yena uthi izithombe wazibona.
Okay. And I take as a higher level of the injury as the broken left elbow.
Nalokho futhi ke lokulimala futhi nakhona qapha kakhulu kwindololwane la sensakhe sokunxele.
That is confirmed amongst all three doctor statements.
Odokotela bonke bemenza ke baqinisa ke lokho.
Thank you, sir. Now, earlier on, you explained to us what is a reconstruction.
Yes, ma'am.
Njalo ngiyangichazela ukuthi ke ukuthi ukuphinde kwakheke indawo esigameni ngichaze ukuthi ke kuyini lokho.
And often we hear of reconstruction and simulation of scenes.
My lady, a reconstruction is not a simulation. However, a simulation cannot be done without a reconstruction. I will equate that if a simulation is done without a reconstruction is a stage play without a script. Lift up the curtain and say act, but there's no script. So the reconstruction has to be done before any simulation needs to be done before that.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered that question satisfactorily.
I will just wait for Ms. Van Wyk to interpret.
Okay.
If simulation may be explained in a layman's term, I'm just trying to go there, I'm not getting it right. Simulation, what will simulation be?
When's the sun?
Okay. So perhaps just
I think.
explain again.
Okay, I told her the Zulu.
I didn't get him, lady.
When's the sun?
I thank you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
I think the gallery liked that one, my lady.
Sorry about that, Miss Chene.
No, that's okay, my lady.
Let the witness explain.
No problem.
Mangimechaza ke lana ke ukuthi ke njoba sekusho ukuthi insimulation ukwenza santo. Mase kuba khona ke lo kuthiwa ke I reconstruction uthi kuphinde futhi ke kwakheke into. Usethi ke ufakazi yabona ke ukuphinde kwakheke into nokwenza santo akufani ngoba kufanele iqale la kule ukwenza santo kuyimase ifika la into enjengefilimu. Bawenza ifilimu ngeve kusho nje cut sekuphelile noma kuthiwa start cha fayiqalwe la ezansi iqala kuyimase unyukela ngasenhle.
So in other words, there cannot be a play without a script.
That's correct, my lady.
Ngamazi ngeke sivele nje siqale nje nesidlala isigudi sinathi kwazange ekubhale phansi ukuthi uMeyi uzothini ubani banizothini cha akuvesana nje kwenzeka bese siqale phansi sibhale phaka ukuthi ubani ozodlala iphi indima lapho.
The reconstruction is the script, the simulation is the play where we can see it all coming and we can all see now what was contained in the script.
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi njengoba sengichazile ukuthi he kuba njalo siqale sithole ke script kuyimake sazi kusike sizenzani ke emva kwaso ke script.
So after you have analyzed the documents, gone to Groutville, took the measurements of the so-called similar bridge, got, I take it that you got some additional information from Mr. Labuskaghni through pictures and through a diagram book. Let me just allow her to interpret.
Sikuthi ke naku ke manje ke usolapho ke usake eGroutville, uyafika eGroutville, uyakala ufuna ukala ngosizo lakhe futhi ke unozane uLabuskaghni saqhubeka futhi ke ngokunye.
So this is all the information that you have received to be able to analyze and reconstruct.
Thola yonke ke mlungano sofunisa utholile ukuze ukwazi phela ke ukuhlaziya lapho ke masofika endabeni yesigameko.
Yes, my lady.
Yebo kunjalo.
So after having applied those methods and techniques, what were your findings?
Okay, I haven't completed further what actually the process.
Oh, I apologize. I thought
Okay.
it was finished.
Yeah, once I had gathered all of that and started to pull out the things that are real,
Yabona ke bengakafiki ke esiphethweni nokuthi emva esiphetho mama ngase ngenzani. Yabona ke base ngifika ke lapho sengithola noma engikufuna sengithola kuze ngifinyelele ke la sengifinyela khona.
I then have to return to the original inquest.
Sengibola ke manje futhi ke la kade ngivese ngiqale khona ke kulesi qalo sethu.
That is as a starting point.
Ila siqala khona ke.
And to start to now, I have done the analysis at this point.
Lokathi ke sengenzile ke ukuhlaziya kwami.
I am now starting to criticize.
Senla sekufela ngixaka khona ke.
So I go through the eyewitness account of Mr. Lateghan.
Kanti ke mase ke ngibola ke kulo wasibonela unozana uLateghan.
He mentions that he saw an African male walking towards the train.
Uyakusho la ukuthi ke wabona ke ewosomdabula emzansi ehamba ke lapho ke elani wesitimela.
An African male entered from the southern side of the bridge.
esengena-ke noma eqhamuka-ke yena-ke lo mlisa-ke ambona eqhamuka-ke ngapha ngaseningizimu.
He did not take any measures to hold onto the side of the bridge.
Akazange futhi-ke azaze enze amalungiselelo noma-ke ukuthi abambelele eceleni kwalo ke-bridge.
And continued walking straight.
Waqhubeka nje wazihambela.
Now, Mr. Lateghan describes the locomotive striking the African male on the right shoulder.
Umnumzana uLateghan uyachaza-ke la ukuthi-ke isitimela sike simshake lo wesilisa abakhona la egxalabeni lakhe esandleni sakhe sokudla.
It mentions him spinning around and saw him fall between the right-hand side of the bridge and the moving train.
Uthi sembona-ke ngathi-ke uyaspina-ke lapho-ke wayesewa wela-ke phakathi kwayo esandleni sakhe sokudla lapho-ke ebridgini nasitema-ke siyahamba-ke njalo.
And Mr. Lateghan states a speed as 25 miles per hour.
Umnumzana uLateghan uyachaza ukuthi ispeed noma isivinini sasihamba ngaso isitimela u-25 mph per hour.
That becomes important later on, my lady.
Lokho kuzobaluleka-ke ukuhamba kwesikhathi.
If I look at the injury patterns of the deceased,
Uma sengibona-ke amanxeba okulimala akhe-ke umufi,
and I criticize it with the eyewitness account of Mr. Lateghan,
ngiyakugxeka-ke lokho-ke nakusho umnumzana uLateghan.
I see no significant injury to the right-hand side above the shoulder or on the shoulder.
Angiboni inxeba lokulimala lapha esandleni sakhe sokudla ngehla nje noma ngakhona igxalabeni.
The only significant injury is the 9th rib fracture on the right-hand side.
Phela-ke inxeba engathi-ke lona ileli-ke number
9th rib.
9th rib, okay. Imbambo lakho list number 9 on the right hand side. La esandleni sokudla.
Now, once I had managed to have a look at the train and get measurements of the train as well and photographs, I noticed that the driver, Mr. Lateghan, mentions the cab striking the deceased, Mr. Luthuli, on the right shoulder.
Uma-ke sengibheka-ke lapho lokho-ke okusenkala nalokho futhi-ke isitimela lesi. Umnumzane uLateghan ukhuluma-ke ngokushayeka eshawa-ke ikhona la isitimela la esandleni sakhe nogxalabeni lakhe esandleni sakhe sokudla umnumzane uLuthuli.
However, when we looked at the train and we saw on the video
Kodwa-ke sithe masibuka isitimela sibuka la kwi-video
that the buffer beam on the front of the locomotive,
masibuka le beam lapha ngaphambili kulona isitimela
as well as the cab at the back,
kanye futhi-ke ne-cab lapha ngemuva
are in the same line.
kusemgqeni-ke owodwa.
Which means if the locomotive was to have struck somebody, it would have had to have struck at the buffer and before striking on the cab.
Okhonga ukuthi-ke makuthi isitimela khona samshaka kwamele ukuthi-ke siqaleke ngayo ibhafu singafiki kwi-cab le yakhona.
So therefore, taking that likelihood, I then start to wonder and question the eyewitness account.
Masengibheka lokho sengiqala manje-ke ukuzibuza kaningi ngalo fakazi osiwazibonela.
Another thing that got me to question it was an item of clothing.
Enye futhi into engizibuzeka kaningi ngayo into yokugqoka. Ingubo yokugqoka.
And that was a hat, my lady.
Isigqoko esikhuluma ngaso.
In the statement of Mr. Luthuli's wife,
Estatimendeni-ke sikankosikazi kaBaba uLuthuli,
she mentions that Mr. Luthuli was wearing a hat.
iyakhuluma ngokuthi umnumzane uLuthuli-ke wayekade efake isigqoko.
On the sworn statement of E. Mufeka, the employee at the general dealer store, she mentions he was wearing a hat.
Esameni-ke esosifungelwe sika imfeka wayemsebenzi apha e-General Dealer Store naye yakhuluma-ke esameni sakhe ngesihluku egqoke isigqoko umnumzane uLuthuli.
When Mr. Lateghan describes seeing the African male,
uLateghan mayesechaza ukuthi-ke wabona-ke lo mlisa mdabala eMzansi.
He mentions the correct color clothing,
Uyachaza futhi nembala impahla esigqokile,
but has no mention of a hat.
kodwa akakhulumi lutho ngesigqoko.
Now I'll go on to determine if there is an accident,
Ake sibole kuthe manje ngabe ke ingozi khona yini?
how is it possible that an accident could have occurred resulting in these injuries?
Kwenza njani ukuthi ke ingozi ibe khona masibheka futhi ke nokulimala?
The only way an accident could have occurred resulting in injuries similar to this
Indlela engenza ngayo ke le ngozi engaholela ekutheni kuzobe khona amanxeba okulimala anje ukuthi
is if the deceased, Mr. Luthuli, was walking in the same direction as the locomotive.
ukuthi ke uvakhoma ukuthi ke unozana uthuli wafanga bewahamba kule ndlela istimela sibheke khona
And not towards him.
hayi ukuthi saziza ngakuyena.
If the locomotive then strikes Mr. Luthuli on the left side, breaking the left elbow,
Uma ke istimela siyamshaya ke unozana uthuli sadini lakhe ke laka esinxeleni sakhe kumlimaze ingalo esinxeleni
a body may spin,
umzapho ke ungapina
causing the head to hit against to glance against the cabin at the back,
ongahola ekutheni ke lo muntu mase spinle ikhanda lize liye ngemuva lishayele cabin ekhuluma ngayo ngemuva
pull him forward onto the upright of the bridge,
masele ke imdonsela ngaphambili yangase ngokuphakama le bridge
and causing fracture to the rib,
ongahola ekutheni kulimala ke izimbambo zakhe
as well as injuries to the hand.
kanti futhi ukulimala ke ezandleni
He then falls between the carriages.
mase ke eyawa ke lapha emkhathini ngamakhebhini lawa.
However, now I have to criticize that.
Kodwa manje ke fanele igxeke ke phela lokho.
First of all, the eyewitness doesn't correspond to what I have described.
Kodwa nje lothu wazibonela ke akuhambisani naloku mase ichazile.
And for that to have happened, it would have to have happened on the northern side of the bridge.
Kanti futhi ke ukuze kwenzeke ke lokho kufanele ukuthi ke kwenzeka ngapha ngasenyakazo kwali bridge.
However, all the statements refer me to the southern end of the bridge.
Kodwa izitemende zonke zingikhomba ngapha ngaseningizimu kwe bridge.
I found out from Mr. Labuskaghni
Ngase ngithola ke ngani uzana uLabuskaghni
that it is quite possible for a person to lie very close to a train track
ukuthi ke kungenzeka futhi ke amathuba makhulu ukuthi ke umuntu ala eduzane ke netrack yayo ke ujantshi
about so far away,
nango nje bangilinganisa nje isikalo sami.
If we were to just give that a measurement of
approximately 2 centimeters
Approximately.
to an inch,
Thank you.
my lady.
Mhlawumbe nje ama centimeter awu2 akwi-inch.
Thank you. Where the train wheels can go straight over the railway track and not cause any injury to a person lying close to the track.
La ke amasono esitimela angadlula khona la kodwa ke angadala ingozi kumuntu oswele eduzane eceleni kwayo ke ujantshi.
When I look at the description of how Mr. Luthuli was found on the track,
Uma sengibona incazelo ngendlela ke ekuthiwa unazana uthuli atholakala eyona lapho ke kujantshi.
he would have had to have fallen between the coaches
Kwafanele ukuthi akwele phela phakathi kwawo ama coach lawa
in order to get into the position in which he was found.
ukuze ke abe sesimeni lesi ke atholwa ekusona.
But in order to do that without sustaining further injuries,
Kodwa ke kuze kwenzeke njalo ngokuthi ke angabe sathola amanxeba okulimala
he would have had to have fallen between the carriages at the exact same speed the train was traveling at.
kwame ukuthi ke awe khona lapha wele khona lapho phakathi kwawo lamakhabeni ngale speed lesi ekuthiwa istimela sihamba ngaso.
I believe that that is highly unlikely.
Ayimangikho ukuthi ke cha ayingeke kwenzeke lokho.
In order to then go further,
Uma ngiqhubeka ke ngithi
I have to now look at a certain number of things.
kumele ukuthi bekhona izinto ke ezisize engikubhekayo.
I have to have a look at the locomotive and the train.
Fanele ngiyibheke konake sona ke stimela.
In the provided documentation, no actual length of the train and the locomotive is given, except a mention of 60 axles.
Kanti futhi lapho ke ukala kaso ke stimela ka kusho lutho ke ngaso bakhuluma nje ngalama axle nje kuphela.
We have a weight of 667 ton,
Sine weight la ka 767 tons.
which is referenced by Mr. Van Wyk
Ufan Wyk mnu Van Wyk khuluma ngako lokho naye.
and by Mr. Latergan.
Kanti nani uzonathikhan.
The class and the type of the locomotive is 15CA.
Kanti futhi ke 15 naye futhi ke iclass lalo ke istimela u15CA
Both by Mr. Greilen and by Mr. Latergan.
leku kukhulunywa ngawa Mr. Greiling no Mr. Latergan.
Mr. Greilen mentions a load consisting of 60 axles
No Greiling ukhuluma ngama axle awu 60
and a gross tonnage of 767 tons.
duzani futhi ke nama tons awu 767.
Now, what is very important in a reconstruction is to try and determine points.
Kanti into ebalekile ke futhi lama sekwakhe futhi ke la wenza khona isigameko kufanele ama point phela ke abe khona kuyabaleka ke lokho.
What we need to determine here is to get where a possible point of impact would be.
Laba fanele sibheke ukuthi kahle kahle ke la kwenzeka khona shaya khona umuntu kukuphi bendawo.
Now, Mr. Latergan mentions that he applied brakes
uLatergan uNozon uthi ke kwase ke shaka ama break lapho.
as soon as he realized that he struck the African male.
Wathi mayibonga ukuthi semshayile le uNozothuli ila ke esefa khona ama brakes apply khona ama brakes.
The train then came to a stop.
So siyama ngestimela.
The following day, Sergeant Lewis
Ngakusasa ke uSergeant uLewis
was shown the scene by Mr. Latergan.
waseke khoniswa isigameko unozana ke uLatergan.
And Mr. Latergan points out certain points to him.
Kanti futhi naye uLatergan kunendawo esithize amkhombisa zona.
Okay, I'm just getting that statement, my lady. Is there a loose one?
Sorry, I didn't get the name of the officer who went to the scene on the following day.
Was Sergeant Lewis, my lady.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find where his statement is. Here I have it.
Is the first page on yours? Or something on mine? Yeah. What page is this? 475.
If I may assist, whose statement are you looking for?
Sergeant Lewis, my lady.
Sorry, before we forget, are we giving this an exhibit
Yes, my
number?
lady. May we mark that as Exhibit T3?
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
I think I may have found it, but I've got a key to plan, which is part of his statement. Now, on the following day, he's looking for it,
Sorry, just wait. We already have exhibit T1 and T2.
Correct, my lady. We've got Exhibit T1 and T2.
T1 is
Is
the
the-
visit on the 27th
On the
of May.
27th of May.
And T2 is the visit
31
on the
May.
31st.
Correct,
So
my
this
lady.
next one, can't we say it's Exhibit R? Or you want us to retain T?
I thought perhaps not to cause any confusion, perhaps with this witness, everything that he references should be under T, just so that we know that it belongs to this witness. But
So this would be T3.
whatever is easiest for my lady.
T3.
T3, my lady. If I may assist you,
Let's go back to Sergeant Lewis's statement.
Yes.
Have you found it?
472, that would be 472.
Page 400 and
And 72, that's volume
Exhibit,
B.
Volume A,
And that was exhibit, let me find that for you, my lady,
Volume B.
volume B,
472. I have it
which
now,
is
my lady.
exhibit D.
Sergeant Lewis states that on the 22nd of July 1967, he took over the investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of a Bantu male, Albert John Luthuli.
Samele sakhe nomzane Lewis Sikomothi ukuthi umhla 22 kuJuly 1967 ngabe sengithatha ophenyo malake nezimo zokudla emhlabeni komuntu osilisa wakhona umdabala eMzansi ongu Albert John Luthuli.
On the 24th of July 1967, he was accompanied to Stanger by the locomotive driver, Mr. Latachan.
Ngomhla 24 kuJuly 1967 ngase ngiphelezelwa ke sengiya lapha ke eStang ngiphelezelwa umshayeli ke wayo ke isitimela SA Latachan.
The locomotive driver and Detective Sergeant Berger
umshayeli wayo ke isitimela no Detective Sergeant Berger
pointed out to Sergeant Lewis the place on the flat of the bridge where the deceased was found.
bakhombiswa yena ke Lewis lapho ke ebridgeini la umufi ke atholakala khona.
It was also pointed out a place on the bridge where the engine driver alleged the front of the engine was.
Kwakhona futhi ke la ke umshayeli wayo ke isitimela akhomba ukuthi ke iphambili le-engine yayikuphi
When the deceased entered to the bridge from the southern end.
lesikhathi ke lo owesilisa ke enqamula lapha ephuma ngapha ngase southern side.
Near the southern end of the bridge, and immediately opposite the 46.5-mile mileage board driver,
Dizwa lapha na 46.5 miles mileage board driver.
Latachan pointed out the place as the place where the rear of the van attached to the train came to a stop.
Ulathekhan waseke ekhomba noma engikhombisa ke indawo la ngemuva kwayo ke la behla khona nayo ke event nale sitimela sakhe la kwafika umoya khona emva kwesigameko noma emva kwengozi.
He then proceeded to make measurements
Waseyakala ke lapho
and take notes of his own observation, and he compiled a rough sketch.
wasebhala phansi kaloku yena ke azibonele kona waseke enza ke isketch ke lapho medweba lapho
Together with a key to plan.
kanti futhi ke ebhala phansi ukuthi ke la ku number 1 utholeni, number 2 utholeni, kuyini lapho ke ukubonakalayo.
In the sources provided to me, I had the key to plan.
Kuloku mina ke enganikezwa kona ke nganginako ke la kuchazwa khona isithombe nesithombe siyini
I did not have the sketch plan.
kodwa ke imdwebo cha angizange nginikezwe leyo plan.
So on the key to plan, so I think my lady 474 is a page I didn't get from my original source document.
Case number 474 ngazange ngize ngothola.
So what I have to now try and determine is what is the stopping distance of a train of this class, or a locomotive of this class, dragging this train and going at that speed and weighing 767 tons.
Lapho mina fanele ngithole ke phela ke speed sale lokuhamba kwalesitimela ukuthi ke esinisisindo salamathani awu 767.
Remember, my lady, the driver was supposed to have applied brakes the moment he realized he struck someone.
Zokhumula nkosi lenkantolo ukuthi ke umshayeli kasitimela kwame ukuthi ke apply ama brakes lekathi nje ebona ukuthi ke nangumuntu.
I then used the measurements that were in Mr. Sergeant Lewis's statements,
Ngase ngisenza ke umkalo lapha semanisa Sergeant Lewis
of which they were all in feet and inches.
kodwa ke kwaku ukalwe ngama inch.
Determining the point of impact. So then I had to convert feet and inches into meters and
Kwametse
centimeters.
ngiguqule kama inch ngwafake ke ngama meter nama kilometers and
To meters and
nama meter.
centimeters. Yeah.
Thank you. Nama centimeter.
A foot is a unit of measurement comprising 12 inches.
Where are you reading from? That's on. Okay. Uma sengiguqula ke ngithi ke lapho ke mfit kwabusela ke nonyawo okuhlangene kwama inch awu 12.
Each inch is equivalent to 2.54 centimeters in a conversion.
I-inch ne-inch mase guqula ke liyu 2.54 centimeter.
Okay. My lady, can I read here verbatim what I had written?
What you have written.
What I have written in this.
Yes.
Yes, if it's
Okay.
from you, you can proceed.
Thank you. I said a sketch plan provides an overview of the scene and is important in reconstructing events.
Kanti ke engibhala la ke ku 10.1 wami la khona manje ke nge sketch plan la kusuke kubhejwe khona. Ngithi ke i sketch plan ke iyake isivezele ukuthi lapho esigamekweni kwenzakaleni futhi lokhu kubalekile uma sesikhanda ke futhi ke indawo esigameko.
An overview as to the placement of points and their relation to each other can be seen in the sketch plan.
Kanti futhi konke lokhu yabonakala uma kudwetshiwe.
In this case, a sketch plan was not available.
Kuloko ke lemdwebo ke yayingekho.
However, the measurements and key to sketch plan are included in the affidavit of Detective Sergeant Lewis.
Kanti futhi ke khona kunjalo ukukala kanti futhi ke nokubhala ukuthi ke some ngikhona ini siyakubona lokho kuncwadi nefungelwe ka Detective Sergeant CBP Lewis.
I then refer to the affidavit of Detective Sergeant Lewis.
Sengiyamanje incwadi efungelwe ka Detective Sergeant Lewis.
Detective Sergeant CBP Lewis measures the relationship between points from the site of the accident as pointed out to him.
Kanti ke uDetective Sergeant CBP Lewis ukukala kwakhe ke lapha yaphathi kwawo ke la maphuzu la kwenza khona ke isigameko noma ingozi njengoba naye ayikhonjiswe khona
Up until the rear of the train.
kuze kufike kungemuva kwesitimela.
The point where the front of the locomotive came to a halt is not pointed out to him.
Kanti futhi ke leli phuzu lake la isitimela sesima khona akazange zakhonjiswe ke na khona lapho.
Nor is this distance from the site of the accident measured.
Kanti futhi ke nala kwenza khona isigameko akazange kalwe ke lapho.
Okay, I've mentioned previously that the information is in feet and inches and the measurements were converted to meters.
Sengikushilo ukuthi ke ikukalo ke lapho ke kwaguqulwa ke sekwenziwa ama meter ngoba kwaqalwa ngama inch khona lapho.
I then drew my own sketch plan using a scale of 1:32,000.
Nami ke ngase ngazenzela ke yami ke sketch plan ngikala ke lapho ukuthi 1:32,000.
And that was drawn from the measurements to visualize the relationship between points.
Kanti futhi ngikwenza lo ngophela ngifuna ke ukuveza ukuhlobana kulamaphuzu lasesidwebe khona ngakala khona.
May I ask, sir, why did you draw your sketch with a measurement of 1:32,000? What's the significance of that?
For it to fit the page, my lady.
Okay.
into abanga ukuthi ngidwebe lapho ngesikhathi sami sabantu 32,000 ukuze phela kungene ke epagini.
Oh, sorry, it's 1 is to 3,200.
Is it 3,200?
Ngiyaxolisa 1 to 3. One to 3,200.
Yes.
Page.
1 is to 3,200, a correction. I'm seeing double, my lady.
3,200.
That is correct, my lady.
Okay.
I have to take you back, my lady, to the locomotive.
What page is that?
Because the sketch plan is only going to work once we work out how long the locomotive is. We're not given that information, my lady. You mentioned it was made of 60 axles, 767 tons. And somewhere in the inquest they talk about a cargo of sugar and syrup.
Kanti futhi ke ukala kasoke isinwe sasinikezwanga sinjenje amathana akhona ukuthi awu 767 base sama axles akhona awu 60. What about cargo and sugar?
16.
The cargo is a mixture of syrup and sugar.
Masuba khona ke icargo la kuhlanganiswa khona ushukela. 60 axles.
16.
60 axles, my lady. 60. 60. In my discussion with Mr. Labuskach,
Sorry, I'm lost now.
Lady.
The tonnage of the whole train or just the head?
They just mentioned a gross tonnage of 767 ton, my lady.
That is without the cargo or with the cargo?
I
It's
took
not
that.
mentioned.
I took that as the whole weight of the train and the locomotive, my lady.
I mean the cargo inside, the contents.
Contents is not mentioned how much the contents
Okay,
was, my lady.
thanks.
Lo 767 ton ukala kwasoke estimate ukuthi wakhonani ngaphakathi cha abasho lutho ngakumthwalo.
In consultation with Mr. Labuskachny of Wonderseen Trains, I asked him how long would a train of 60 axles be.
Nasengibuza ke unozona lapho sikhathi sikhoma na ukuthi ke istimela ke so nama axles awu 60 sidinga nazo istimela.
He said each car contains 4 axles.
Wathi ke imoto iba nama axle awu 4.
Therefore, the number of cars or carriages making up the train is calculated as 15 cars.
Manje lo ke masike sibheka ngapha ke ngayona ke istimela okhomba ukuthi ke imoto ezu 15 lezo.
A guard van is mentioned as the final car in the train.
Kanti futhi ke nevesi ugadile nayo ukhuluma ngayo imoto ogcina ke lo ke estimeleni.
That is a statement of Mr. P.F. van Wyk.
Isemane sakho nonza no PF van Wyk esikhomba lokho.
I said there would have then been 14 freight cars and 1 guard van, making up a total of 15 cars.
Okhomba ukuthi ke zibo 15 ke nje lezi zimoto le 14 imoto ezokuthwala ke impahla ezo 14 mase kuba naleke manje kuthiwa igadile. Lokho sizokela imoto zo 15.
Taking into account that the freight was syrup and sugar,
Masibheka ke impahla ethwe lapho kwakushukela nesirap.
and that I found in the inquest transcript, page 6.
Lo ngakuthola ke kule dokotela alivuliwe lothi ekuhlaza kahle ngokudlula emhlabeni konazane ke uLuthuli lokho kukhona ku page number 6
Under the heading, verdere vrae on the starts on klaar.
ngaphansi ke kwalo somqulu ose federal frey dear starts unclear.
Line 2 to 3.
line number 2 no get 3.
The train would have been made up of a combination of tankers and wagons.
Kanti ke lestimela ke mase sonke ke si inama tankers nama wagons akhona.
According to Mr. Labuskaghni, on consultation, the syrup would be transported in tankers.
Ngokusho ke lozana uLabuskaghni isyrup le ifaka kwe kumathangi.
And the sugar would be transported in FZLS wagons.
Kanti ushwele unake ke uswandiswa ke ngalama wagons ekuthiwa ke ama FZLS.
Each FZLS wagon measures 17 meters in length from buffer to buffer.
Kanti futhi ke masikalwa ke lama wagon iwagon eyinye iu 17 meters ngobude.
And each tanker is 15.8 meters in length from buffer to buffer.
Ithangi nje lilinye liu 15.8 meters.
These were measurements obtained from Mr. Labuskaghni.
Lesi sikalo ke sitholakala ngayo nozana uLabuskaghni.
Different guard vans were in service at the time.
Kanti ke kwaku sensama van ke ngokuhlukahlukana ngaso sikhathi.
And no mention is made as to the model of the guard van.
Kanti futhi ke ne van le ekhunya ngayo kadile akushongo ukuthi uhlobo luni le van.
The guard van is shorter than the wagons.
Kanti ke ivan le ke nefeshana kakhulu kunalama wagons ekhuluma ngawo.
And a length of 13 meters was allocated to the guard van for calculation purposes.
Kuze kubaleke kahle ke phela ke kwaku le ma wagon lawa noma ivan le kade yenikezwe ama meter awu 13.
The train consisted of 14 cars or wagons and one guard van.
Lesi sitimela sasinamoto ezo 14 ne ma wagons ne guard van eyodwa.
Taken that the freight is a combination of syrup and sugar,
kanti futhi fasibheka ukuthi ke impahla ethu lapho kwakushukela nayo ke isyrup.
the longest the train can measure is calculated as
Masibala ke bude bezisitimela ke sibala kanje.
13 times 17 meters plus 15.8 meters plus 13 meters is equal to 249.8 meters.
13 times 17 meters plus 15.8 meters plus 13 meters. Konke sekuhlanisiwe kwenza u249.8 meters.
Conversely, the shortest the train can measure is
Okufuna ngobuke enkantolo istimela ke singakala kusona ukuthi
13 times 15.8 meters
13 times 15.8 meters
plus 17 meters
plus 17 meters
plus 13 meters
plus 13 meters
equals 235.4 meters.
Mzihlanganise konke lokhu kwenza u235.4 meters.
However, it is unlikely the train would only consist of one car or carriage of either syrup or sugar.
Kodwa ke lokho ngeke kwenza ukuthi ke istimela sesingaba nje ne carriage noma imoto eyodwa yashukela noma syrup.
The number of 14 cars was divided by 2, giving 7 wagons and 7 tankers.
Lezi zimoto ke zihloniswe kabili ngizwe ezimbili ezimbili ama wagons awu 7 kanti ke namathangi futhi ke awu 7 sesibala ke manje ke ne van le ekutholeke laligadile.
Where are we short now?
We are here.
Okay. Right. The length for calculation purposes is thus 7 times 15.8 plus 7 times 17 meters plus 13 meters is 242.6 meters.
Sesibala manje ke le bote bako sithi ke 7 times 15.8 meters hlanganisa no 7 times 17 meters plus 13 meters. Konke lokhu sekuhlanganisiwe kuba u242.6 meters.
The length of the 15 CA locomotive is 73 inches, 73 and 3/16 of an inch.
Masibala pha ke lo 15 CA sinosa khona u 73.316 inches.
And that is depicted in a technical book supplied by Mr. Labaskachny.
Loko sobona ke mabona konozana o Labaskachny.
That was in that photograph earlier, the South African Railways and Harbours Locomotive Diagram book.
Ngizokhumbula le bhusi ke salibona khona la ethombeni kade khoniswa ke I video.
When we went through the images that were shown there, you saw the images that were taken, my lady, of the page containing the measurements in the photo album.
Nibone kade sibala ke video ke khona page elveziwe kuna zonke ke izikalo zako ke lokho esidingida ngako njengamanje.
Converting 73 feet 3 3/16 of an inch, I get 22.33 meters.
Kanti futhi mase esekuguqula ke lokho lo 18/19/2021 mase guqula kuba amameter kubu 22.33 meters ubude.
Therefore, the total length of the train and locomotive combined
Masihlanganisa ke lokho kubili stimela nayo ke locomotive yakhona
is 242.6 meters plus 22.3 meters is equal to 264.93 meters for calculation purposes.
Sizihlanganisa ke lo 242.6 meters plus 22.33 meters konke sekuhlangene kuba u264.93 meters.
I think, Ms. Cheney, I don't know whether you want us to carry on.
My lady, this witness is going to be quite extensive. There is no way we're going to finish with this witness today. I suggest before he carries on to the next topic, perhaps we stop here for today.
Yes, we stop where we have this 264.93 meters
which is
of
the length
the
of the-
entire
Yes, my lady.
train. Warrant Officer Pages will stop here today.
Yes, my
We'll
lady.
carry on tomorrow.
Yes, my lady.
You're still under your oath, and we will see you still under the oath tomorrow.
Thank you, my lady.
Tomorrow is the 6th of May, 2025. This inquest is therefore adjourned to the 6th of May, 2025. We'll commence as usual at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
That's fine, my lady. Thank you.
Thank you. You may be excused from the witness.
Asipesana futhi kusasa ke kuseni phakathi ngo10 kuyile nkantolo. Sesikhumbuka namhlanje.
Court adjourned.